Everybody, this is the Franklin County Fiscal Court Video Teleconference for our regular meeting, February the 11th, 2022. And this is our voting session. We welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. Before we get started, I want to take a moment of silence in memory of a former magistrate, Bob Hicks. Bob was served from 1981 to 1989 as a 5th District Magistrate, Marty Booth, and Bob was an avid runner. He was a father of 7 children, and he was just a very good man for our community and served very well as a magistrate on the fiscal court. So if we all could take a moment of silence and remember the family, the Hicks family. God bless the family, and God bless Mr. Hicks. I know that you are in heaven and with the Lord, and God bless. The next item on the agenda is the Yes Arts update. We've got L. Travis, I believe, on. I don't see L. Is L on, Andrew, to present?
Yes, sir. I believe she's here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, there she is. Hey, Elle. Good morning and welcome.
Thanks for having me. Let me share my screen to you real quick. I've got a couple of things to show you. Okay, can you all see my screen now?
Yep.
Awesome.
We're good.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for having me. I know I just have a couple of minutes here, and I'm excited to tell everyone a little bit about Yes Arts and what we're doing that's new. I'm going to just quickly give a brief bit about myself. My name is Elle, and I am born and raised in Frankfort. I attended Ringling College of Art and Design in Sarasota, Florida, and then returned after about 6 years to Frankfort. I've held positions in our community working with children and youth since 2010, and I've served as the children's director at First Christian Church, as well as positions in the arts with the Arts Council and as store manager at Completely Kentucky. I'm also a person who is in recovery from addiction, which you may wonder why I mention that, but it has a lot to do with our organization. So I always like to let people know. I'm not going to walk through this timeline in depth. I hope that everyone on the call was able to get a copy of it with the agenda, so you can review it and maybe ask questions if you have them later. But just want to touch on some key points about how our organization started. Some people remember an organization called Hands Healing Hearts, and we've recently rebranded to Yes Arts, but we started as Hands Healing Hearts in 2015 or 2016 is when we became a 501c3. And our organization started because artist Doris Thurber from Frankfort lost her young daughter Maya to a heroin fentanyl overdose. And she, of course, as an artist, she used art as a tool to help her in that early days of grief. And she decided that she wanted to do something with that art. And so she and a few other artists in our community partnered with the Franklin County Drug Court to offer a program for the women in drug court to be able to come to our location and create art weekly with her and other teaching artists. Since that time, we have hired an amazing executive director in 2018, Amelia Berry. We started a youth program also in 2018, which has now grown and shifted. And many of you know about how it has kind of spiraled off into a Just Say Yes program, which is now at the health department. And we also have now shifted gears, and we've led programming through the pandemic virtually as well. And so that brings us to where we are today, which is in July, I came on as I transitioned from the youth and recovery coordinator to executive director of Yes Arts. And we are going to be opening a community art center at City Hall. And so we are just thrilled and excited to have a location and a space that we can offer our programs. And I want to tell you a little bit about our mission. Our mission is mobilizing the power of community and the arts to disrupt the cycle of addiction. And the I walked into this organization after that mission was created, but I cannot imagine a more perfect mission for a group like Yes Arts. What is more powerful than using community, mobilizing our community, and bringing the arts into it to help people have something wholesome to say yes to. And people ask us all the time if our programs down at Yes Arts Center at City Hall are going to be only for people affected by addiction. And the answer is no. Our programs are for everyone. They're going to be for all ages, all the way down to toddlers and all the way up to adults. But we will have specific programs geared towards people in recovery. And that's a big important part of our mission. Let's see, let's talk a little bit about our recovery program. Of course, it launched as partnership with Franklin County Drug Court, but now having a new space, we'll be able to really expand our services. And we're working with different organizations in Frankfort who have recovery housing programs, people with domestic violence issues. We're working with mental health agencies in and around the community, as well as people who work with children who have incarcerated parents. So we're looking at really working to align our healing programs. We are in conversation with people who are advisors to our organization who have art therapy degrees. We've got therapists and counselors, social workers. So we've got a lot of ability to make an impact on those people in our community. We also have a community program. A youth program. The youth program was traditionally geared towards middle and high school students. And we are now going to be offering programs all the way down to toddlers. So we will have little mom and me, grown up and me play learn groups, as well as those older elementary, middle and high school age groups, after school art classes. And when people hear Yes Arts, they think that we're talking about painting and drawing and the basics, and we are, but we have had classes like beginning sewing, birding camps, culinary camps, cooking classes, songwriting. It's a broad spectrum. So it's not just specified to visual arts. In addition to that, we have a community program, which is we currently have a grant for Bridging Divides, which is the Black Women Artists of Frankfort. And that is our ability to hold space for those women, a network of Black women and artists and creatives in our community, invest in their professional development through mini grants, community projects, and things of that nature. And I just want to quickly touch on our funding, because a lot of people ask us about how we have come to be and where we are now. We receive a lot of our programming money from grants. We just wrapped up an annual fund drive, and we are beginning to launch our Community Partners campaign, where we'll be reaching out into the community, hopefully to find sponsorship dollars to get this facility up and running and to launch all these great programs I've just talked about. I think that you all will be hearing in the future from Amelia Berry, who is now with Just Say Yes at the health department. And so some of our program income does come from the Yes card. I'm sure many of you are familiar with that. And then I just put a question mark because, I'm always looking for new ways that we can partner with people and try and find ways to fund these opportunities that we have. And the last thing I want to leave you with is a breakdown of our building. We are going to have a art gallery in the front. We are located right next to the fire department on 2nd Street at City Hall. So the building that used to be the Frankfort Plant Board. We will have the Board of Commissioners Art Gallery right when you walk in the main hall. We'll have a gallery to the left of that will be named the Thurber Gallery after Doris, and that will be the space we hold all of our recovery and adult programs. And then we will have an youth educational space in the back, as well as a room called Maya's Room, which will just be for kind of holding space and letting people have a place where they can go and just enjoy it, hanging out with friends or having quiet time. I think that's all I have today. I would love to know if anyone has any questions, and I really appreciate everybody's time. It's an exciting time. It's a really transitional time for our organization. And so I'm just excited to be here and have you all hear about what we're doing over there.
Thank you, Elle. Great program, great. And we're excited that you do have a building, and we're excited that what it's what the outcome will be for helping our families and kids in Franklin County. Does anybody have questions for Elle after that great presentation update? Tamara, I can't see. Andrew, if a magistrate would just
Squire
speak up?
Sebastian has a question.
Squire Sebastian, okay. Go ahead, Squire.
Thank you, Judge. Elle, thank you so much for being with us today. Can you share the time frame for when you plan to open, the hours for when it will be open, just to help folks who might be downtown walking around as spring launches itself on us so that they stop by? And
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely. I'm glad you asked that. We actually don't have a set in stone date. Obviously, we have been working very hard to get our building up to date. We're doing a whole lot of deep cleaning and painting, and that is a very large facility. We're using volunteers to do that. So if there's anyone on this call who loves to scrub or paint, definitely give me a call at that number. We hope in the next couple of months, ideally our time frame when we were looking, we wanted to be February 1 when we were back in the fall. COVID threw a wrench in even just getting our volunteers down there because so many people keep getting quarantined from coming to work. So we hope to be open in the springtime. I don't have a date, but it will be plastered all over the place when we do. The hours will probably be a little bit diverse in the beginning. Sherry, to answer your question, it probably won't just have doors open 9 to 5. We will have a lot of after school art programs. And in the beginning, we will most likely have, just due to COVID protocols, we won't be open to the public just to come walk through, especially with security protocols when we have youth in the building. So there will be gallery hours. It will probably be volunteer run, and all of that we'll let you know as soon as it comes into play. But we're excited about being open, and we're excited about having people down in the space. We will be having a grand opening as well, which we will invite the public to. And we're just waiting for the right time to be able to gather as a crowd and be able to celebrate this new experience.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Elle, thank you very much for being on this morning, giving this presentation. Also want to thank you for working with the Fiscal Court and our county clerk to help us out with the voting area in that building, because I know that was a concern of Jeff. So I appreciate that. Obviously, addiction is big in this community. I think there's 2 or 3 things on our item that are dealing with addiction, and I think that speaks volumes. So I really appreciate everything you all are doing. You said you work with the drug court. Has there been any talk about, because I know our jailer has been doing some things there as far as working recovery programs with the University of Kentucky. Has there been any talk about maybe getting into the jail and trying to help there a little bit? I know you're probably spread thin, but I just want to throw that out there. And again, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll first say we're very excited to have elections run through the building, and we're excited about the opportunity to have artwork hanging in the walls, and as we exit the space to make room for a really important part of our civic duty. So we're excited for that. Also, as far as the jails, I have had some conversations, not directly with the jails, but we work closely with Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation and the children impacted by incarcerated parents. And we're working with the Kentucky Youth Advocates, who have a fund of money coming up to help create a better experience for people who are incarcerated to have that interaction with their children. And how can we make it a less scary thing for the children, but also more meaningful, and provide training to the parents as well. A lot of the work that we do, we train our educators, our teaching artists about trauma-informed care, implicit bias, and we also have a parent program that we can roll out to those people who are incarcerated. So definitely look forward to partnerships with the jail, but they haven't quite launched yet.
Great. Thank you very much again.
Thank you for your question.
Elle, on another matter, but similar, we are, who knows when, but we're in line to get opioid money, and opioid money would be available for all kinds of treatment means. And so I open the door for you all to talk when those monies come in. I think those monies need to go to as many programs as we have to help them, to support them in their work that they're doing in our community to help addiction. So
Awesome.
I put that out there for you to think about, and when they do come in, we'll have a conversation.
Wonderful. I appreciate that invitation. I look forward to it. One of the things that is really important at Yes Arts is that we're looking at the holistic person. You know, we don't just, I mean, we are just doing art classes, but we try and be really intentional about how we're, you know, helping each of the people who walk through our doors to be able to have the best experience they can have with us, but also monitoring and tracking and being able, especially with the young people, to be able to know, you know, when they leave and come over after school for art classes, you know, if our students have people who are checking on them in the community, if they have mentors and teachers in after school programs that go, oh, well, little Susie wasn't here today, then we know where Susie is. We can call parents, we can find out. There's more investment on eyes on each kiddo. So I'm excited about that opportunity, and I'm looking forward to expanding our recovery programs and working with some of these organizations in Frankfurt.
Well, we are too. And just on a side note, Elle, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
As a former Bondurant student, I'm so proud of you. It's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. Any other questions for Elle? All right. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch, and we look forward. When you have your open house, let us know. We'd all like to be there.
You all will all get a VIP invite.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is an update by Bill Call about the Grand Theater. Bill's in our work session room. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank y'all for letting me come in here. I appreciate it. But you want me to go ahead then?
Yes, sir. You go right ahead.
Okay. You all have a 3-page handout that I provided. The very last one is a report that actually I presented to the city in December of 2019 that was talking about our history and the fact we had completed the most successful year in the Grand's history with 134 events and 18,000 people in the theater in the year. Our fiscal year ends May 31, so May 31 of 2019. So that's 3 months before we were closed down by COVID. When we were closed down, we were actually on track to have the most successful year, more than the year prior, more events and more people in the theater. But we had shows, Tommy Emmanuel, Bella Fleck, Johnny Lang. We had all these sold out shows that we were going to have between April and June that we had, of course, either we had to reschedule with the exception of Johnny Lang, and that show was canceled. So that kind of still was a good year for us, but it in effect ended May 17 when we closed. Of course, we were allowed then by the governor to reopen in June of 2020, but with 25% capacity to maintain social distancing, which basically meant the theater, instead of being able to seat 410 people, could only seat 100. So we could do no live shows. We could not reschedule any of those shows I mentioned. Well, we actually did reschedule them, but then we learned we couldn't have them because we couldn't have enough. We couldn't have the people who had tickets in the theater. Those shows even included Robert Earl Keen, who we finally had on January the 27th. But in the year then that began, January 27th, I mean, I'm talking about 2 weeks ago, we had Robert Earl Keen, a sold out show, but most of the tickets were sold last May when the CDC kind of relieved things on COVID and let us hopefully normalize. But then you all know what happened by August, things went down the tubes and we still are in that situation. But anyway, so in the year ending May 31 of 2021, we had only 3,300 in the theater for 40, I believe it was 40 events. I have the number in what I gave you all on that, 48 events. And ticket sales fell 90%. We did receive funding, you know, from various programs, from PPP to the other federal, and then you all continue to support us, as did the city, and provide a little other money, some other grant monies from the NEA, and we were able to continue. Again, we hoped at the end of that year, the year May 31 of 21, that we were back in business, and we were able to have a sold out Tommy Emmanuel show in 1st of July and a sold out Robert Cray show in August. But then the squeeze came in. We wanted to book new shows because we thought COVID was going to free us, but it didn't free us. We did book Dennis Quaid. I don't know if any of y'all went to the show. The big star, not real good musician, but he was Jerry Lee Lewis in a movie, and is going to soon be Ronald Reagan in another movie. But anyway, we were not able to sell half the tickets for that show because of the eruption again of COVID cases and the concern, even though we could fill up the theater, that people wouldn't buy those tickets. That was a big letdown for us. But we finally have been able to complete those shows we'd had. We have received monies that helped get us through this. But now we're in a position where we hope in a month we can start believing that COVID is going to let us be back in business and sell our tickets. We are planning a season to announce in June, and a full schedule like we used to, about 13 shows that we would start in late August. For us, though, one of the issues is we had, through advertising, we built a strong out-of-county audience. We were over 3,000 in that year. The people came from other counties, and we know it, but we know that their credit card address is in another county. A few of them probably lived here, but then a few that have credit cards here probably live somewhere else too. So that kind of, went away. But we've only sold 25% this year of what we sold, back in 2019 and 2020 pre-COVID. We're going to have to spend money and advertise in the Lexington, Louisville markets and statewide some that we do, along with social media, and bring back the memory of people that we're down here. That's going to require us to invest money when we don't really have the money from ticket sales. We do have some resources we're going to be able to use, but we do need you all to continue to help us with this. And we think the returns were clear before COVID of what we did for the community, filling the restaurants and drawing thousands of people here and keeping our people here instead of going to Lexington to go to a show, or at least some of the time. But we're going to be doing that now. Just right now, some shows we have. The judge asked me earlier, Raisin in the Sun, a great theatrical group from the DC area, is going to do Lorraine Hansberry's show that now there's a big push for all arts to focus on cultural equity and anti-racism. And of course, this is a classic. Sidney Poitier acted in it in 1961. We're going to be doing Judy Collins, and then we're going to be doing Juneteenth again. We're going to show the movie I'm Not Your Negro, James Baldwin's brilliant film, is part of what we're moving there toward. But again, the season will be a season like we've had. And then one other thing I want to tell you all, 18 months ago, we came to you all because with the collapse of the hotel room tax, the transient tax that happened after COVID, we could not make we don't make them. The grant could never make the payments on the bonds, but the hotel room tax made payments on our bonds, but it fell to half of what it had been. So you all agreed last November to let us slow the amortization requirements, reduce the payments. It does push back completing amortization. I had projected the bonds for 25 years, 2032 would be when they mature. I had projections of 2029 that we'd be able to pay them off early. That collapsed with the hotel room tax, but hopefully it is in recovery. And we got about we were only about 10% down in the payment that the treasurer had as far as the hotels had paid on what it had been, and hopefully it will get back to where it was. And then we have this other issue where Airbnbs have exploded, and yet most of them aren't paying, or many of them aren't paying room tax. And hopefully we'll get them collecting and paying that tax in the future. That will help, build some revenues there. That's my presentation. Thank you all for being patient with me. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, let's see. Are there any questions from the squires? Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cole, I just want to thank you and everybody who volunteers at the grant. It's it's a great place, and Frankfurt's glad to have it. And I appreciate you coming to give this report every year, because it's one thing we look forward to as organizations, kind of letting us know where they are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Squire Booth. We can't hear you, Squire.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
What exactly are you asking from the fiscal court, Mr. Cole?
Well, we're at, you all, I don't know, well, I don't know if I say it in here, you all for, I think it's 9 or 10 years have provided $10,000 a year, as the city does, to the grant that we use for operating expenses. And we're asking you all to continue that. I know you're not right now doing it. I just wanted to go on and tell you, because I hope it's a critical time for us. I'm hoping in March that we can move forward toward full reopening. But yes, we do. We're going to have.
I think you're giving us hope that we're about out of the craziness of the times and moving forward. So we hope that's true.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, the next item on the agenda is something exciting, just an update from the Frankfurt Plant Board on our broadband. I have Gary Zing on. Good morning, Gary, and welcome. The General Manager from the Frankfurt Plant Board. Do you have someone else on as well, Mr. Zing?
Yes, Judge. Appreciate your time. Definitely appreciate the court give us time. And I have a David Denton, CFO, and also our COO, Van. And Adam is our superintendent telecommunication, and then my board chairman, Ms. Kubine, also joined us. If you don't mind, I will ask David Denton help me to update all the detail for you.
Okay, thank you. David, welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. I'm part of the FPB team that's working on this grant project. And just for the benefit of the group and the community, let me just start with how we got here and where we are today. So in August of 2021, the Broadband Deployment Fund issued a request for proposal for the first $50 million in funding for the broadband deployment projects. These would be unserved areas of Kentucky. The maximum individual grant amount was to be $5 million, and the maximum grant funding award could not exceed 50% of the eligible project cost. So the RFP stated that the priority consideration would be given to projects that have secured community partners who have contributed to the matching funds. So in October of 2021, the Plant Board passed a resolution to allocate $5 million to look at serving unserved areas of Franklin County. And the Franklin County Fiscal Court passed a resolution to allocate $3 million to match the total grant application request of $8 million, which is 50% of the total project cost, the total project costing $16 million. The grant submission deadline was October 26th of 21. FPB did submit 11 grant applications prior to the submission deadline. These applications covered 11 unique service areas, containing approximately 1,920 unserved addresses in rural Franklin County. In November 21, the Finance and Administration Cabinet publicly disclosed the geographic scope of the broadband deployment project area. It showed that there were 70 applications that had been submitted statewide, with FPB submission accounting for 11 of those 70. In December of 21, there was an application challenge process. This process gave an opportunity for existing providers to challenge another provider's proposed project service area and submit addresses as already being served, or that would be served within 12 months, or that are already federally funded in some way. Currently, we are just now waiting for the Finance and Administration Cabinet to release the results of that challenge process and to let internet service providers know if their applications would be impacted by that process. As far as we know, the first round of funding should be released by April 1st. So we're just expecting to hear word back from the cabinet and see if we were able to get any awards. If we are awarded a grant, there'll be a separate process we would go through to accept the award that I think both parties would have to agree to. But that's where we are today, and be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, Thank you for the update, David. Appreciate it. Adam, Heller, do you have anything else to add? Or are you going to be support on if there are questions?
I can support questions. Just briefly, we have started some rough design out on Harvey Land Road. And so basically we're at the process now. We're going through doing the deed research, and we'll be asking for easements in that area shortly. So just a brief update there.
You put a smile on Squire Moore's face when you said Harvey Land Road out that way. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us today, because this is good to hear how this project is advancing through the process. And hopefully we will hear some good news April 1st. You had mentioned, Mr. Denton, about the serving of 1,900 individuals. Are those, and you had indicated that they may be in clustered areas. Is there any insight that you can give us about those clustered areas across the county, just so we have something? Because Harvey Land Road has just been mentioned, but it would be important for us as well as the community to have some kind of idea about where those clusters of population would be to now come online with upgraded service and or get good service for the first time. Thank you very much in advance.
Sure, absolutely. I think the best way to answer that is, let me just give you the names of the applications that we submitted. The name of the applications include the area or the territory that might help you understand where we're going. So we have the Northern Peaks Mill Broadband Expansion Project, the Western Franklin County Broadband Expansion Project, the Schweitzer Project, Swallowfield, Bald Knob, Hickory Ridge, Northwest Franklin County, Nineveh Road, Keaton Lane, Highway 1472, and Benson Valley Road. We have all of those. We had to give detailed maps and all kinds of good information in those applications that lay out the areas and the addresses in each area. So I hope that gave you a little idea.
Is it okay if I ask you maybe to do that a little shorter? I didn't go through any kind of secretarial school, and my shorthand is really not. So I kept up with you through short Swallowfield. I got real excited about Nineveh Road, and I kind of lost it after Benson Valley.
Sure, I'll go through the 11 again.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So we have Northern Peaks Mill, Western Franklin County, Schweitzer, Swallowfield, Bald Knob, Hickory Ridge, Northwest Franklin County, Nineveh Road, Keaton Lane, Highway 1472, and Benson Valley Road.
If I might add, if all the 11 grants go through, it would be 100% coverage of Franklin County. So that could help, any constituents out there that basically if these 11 grants go through, we're going to cover the entire county.
Gary, I might say to you and staff, yesterday I was at the Capitol. I'm part of a group representing the Council on Ads. We had Senator Stivers there and Speaker Osborne there to give us an update on legislation. And one of the questions from the committee was directly centered on broadband and when those monies would be released and how they would be released. Senator Stivers answered that, saying that as David said, it would be around April, and they weren't sure whether they would be released all as one big project or how they would be released. But they did say that they're considering even more monies than the 300 million or 350 million. The first part is 50 million, and then the second part is 300 million. And they think there's even going to be more than that. So that was a very hopeful sign that we could get this all covered at some point in time. But they did say that since there's so much money out there for this, that they it's kind of a burdensome or overburdened way to have to get those monies out, because it's, as you know, government doesn't work very fast. And when you get billions of dollars like that, they've got to make sure that it's all going to be spent in the right way. So, but he was reassuring to say that he felt like that our state would be in the forefront and be one of the best at getting the monies out and getting broadband throughout our state. So that was reassuring. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yes, well, thank you for that information. I just want to mention two more things, a little additional information. One is actually we're going to present to the board on Tuesday to increase our capability for the construction. So a new additional updated contract, make sure we can have more crews ready for construction if we got a project proof. The second part,
when you get a project, not if.
Yeah, so when we got it. The second part is, I think we were all lucky because Judge Will and also all you staff from the county, we've been talking far earlier, prepare ourselves, be ready for this application, because we cannot submit an application without engineer design, layout, all the things have to be prepared before we, Ms. Denton spend all the time prepared to submit application. So we are lucky, we are ready before this, we can submit it, because otherwise kind of it's too late. You don't have time to restart a survey, engineering to do all that. So that's the only two things I like to mention it. And just well, there's another thing I want you to know, we are watching very carefully all the new additional possibly grant application in the future, particularly that $1 trillion infrastructure fund. Actually, I heard a rumor there's $5 billion for Kentucky. So that's additional. We are waiting. The federal government gave a guideline to how to deploy those money. And also we can find out how much exactly end up for Kentucky. We certainly hopeful the first 50 million, we can have some, then we can start a project. If just in case we didn't got all home run 8 million completely, we could have additional, but all the grant we find out is a matching grant. So it's an important partner for you and all us together.
Okay.
Sorry, just go ahead. Yes.
No, that's good. That's great. Thank you. And I think that's what Senator Stivers was talking about, that there's even more monies out there. Squire Blackburn, you have a question? You were
Yes.
first.
Thank you, Judge. I had a question for Mr. Heller. I know he had mentioned they're in the process of looking at easements and deeds and things like that. Will the plant board need to share utility poles, or will they put their own in out there? Will they be able to piggyback with some of the existing infrastructure going to some of these?
I would say 99% of the time we'll use the existing utility routes. I mean, there might be certain areas that we've had a possible case where we couldn't get an easement, and so we had to go in on another neighbor's property and set poles to build another route to serve. Of course, that just drives cost up, but yeah, 99% of the time we're trying to leverage the existing easement, so it's really no different for the homeowner other than additional cable.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I think it's wonderful hearing those comments from Senator Stivers and our General Manager Zing. When we had discussed this at the fiscal court level, we had all talked about the additional funds that we were hearing that were coming. So to try not to handcuff the county's funds specifically for this purpose, because we've heard more money is coming to counties, local governments for this purpose. So it sounds like this court was right on the money with that. Sounds like we had the best interest of the community at heart. So I'm looking forward to this project moving forward, more dollars coming down and making themselves available so that we can leverage that across the community to do many and greater things. Thank you so much for sharing that, General Manager Zing. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Squire Tracy.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here with us this morning. Thank you for the update. As you all know, I hear from people almost daily about this project. I've spoken to many of you all about it in regards to the questions and concerns that I'm receiving. So I just want to thank you and I appreciate you all and your willingness to walk me through it as we continue this process. So just thank you all.
Okay, Mr. Zing, you and your staff, we will definitely be having you come back in the near future once money start getting released and announcements need to be made and all of that, and projects begin to start. We won't say hopefully, we'll say when. How about that? All right. Well, I think that's awesome, and thank you for the update. And guys, let's get that money and get started. So thanks a bunch. We'll be in touch. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is an exciting announcement, a TIF district request from the city of Frankfurt. We have several people on to talk about that, but we're going to lead with Mayor Wilkerson. I believe, yeah, there's the mayor. Good morning, Mayor. Welcome. And this is a exciting opportunity.
Good morning, Judge, and good morning, Squires of the Court. Thank you for allowing me to be here today, and it's already been an informational meeting, so I'm glad I was able to hear a lot of the presentations. Good things happening in Frankfurt, and I know space on the agenda is valuable, and I wouldn't come here unless I thought it was worthwhile. But the reason for my visit today is to talk about an exciting proposed development that the Board of Commissioners has discussed recently. And it's called the Paddocks of Frankfurt, and it's development of about 95 acres within the city limits, infill development, proposed upscale mixed-use development. And we have representatives from the development team on here. They can go into more detail, but what I'm most excited about is there'll be approximately 300 new housing units that will be in Frankfurt, new restaurant options, and a couple of big box retailers that are new to Frankfurt have been discussed. Total investment on this is just over, or proposed investment is expected to be just over $148 million. And the public infrastructure piece of that is just under $17 million. So naturally, with a public infrastructure investment like that, it could be cost prohibitive to get the project started unless there was a partnership between the development team and our local government. So that's late last year, we were with the developer of the project, Don Parsons, and Kentucky Properties approached the city of Frankfurt about creating a tax increment financing district for that area. And the pledge would be 50% of any new taxes that are generated in that area to support the construction of the various infrastructure that will be needed to make that happen. So it is an exciting development that the owner of the property, Don Parsons, has owned it since the early to mid 80s, and just now recently was able to complete the final piece that would make this happen. So it's I know we've all driven by that area. It's at the intersection. I don't think I said that. It's at the intersection of where the I-64 interchange and 127 South is. So out by Panera, Speedway, Longhorn, and right now it's vacant land, and if there's any area that needs to be developed, and it's been zoned commercial since the 80s. So I think now is a good time to get that project started. So I won't take too much time away from the actual subject matter experts that are here, and I can turn it over to John Woodall is here. He's the attorney for the project with McBrayer, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Woodall.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Woodall, welcome.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me this morning. Very much appreciate you taking the time on your docket to hear us today. I'll try to honor that accommodation by keeping our presentation as short as possible, but as the mayor said, we're very, very excited about this development. I've been working on it for a while with our team who's here. Renee Brewer pictured there. She is Mr. Parsons developer representative. Rob Dowler is also on the call with HMB Engineers. And also Casey Bolton and Austin Arnold are on the call as well, who will go into the particulars of the TIF. They're with Commonwealth in Economics. And of course, that firm was co-founded by an individual that actually was instrumental in the formulation of the TIF statutory framework that we use here in Kentucky. But just to get into the specifics of the development, as Mayor Wilkerson said, we're located at the corner of 127 and 64, and this has been, Casey's sharing our screen right there. This property's been vacant for quite some time, and Mayor is correct that Mr. Parsons has owned this property, over 30 years, and over the course of that time period, he's done various things to try to get this thing in position to be developed. And he's made a significant, financial commitment to the community to do this. Most recently, if you drive by this area frequently, you've probably noticed quite a few changes cosmetically anyway. There was an old tin building that was directly, as I call it, you all probably call it something else, but we just refer to it as a tin building that was on 127 there. That property was purchased and the building was dismantled. And that area has been cleared. There was actually a billboard that was there as well that's been taken down. There's been some other work ongoing there as well. The plant board, I believe it is, will be installing a new pump station for the benefit of the city and county that's actually will be placed upon Mr. Parsons' property at a location back towards the east. This is very much, in our mind, considered an infill development because it represents the last viable interstate piece of property that hasn't been developed in the Frankfort area, at least at this intersection. And it is situated or will be developed around properties or commercial properties that were originally developed back in the 70s. And if history is any indicator, as this property comes online, it will likely spur the renovation of those properties as well. That happens a lot of times in these situations. Mr. Parsons, as I've said, has made a very substantial investment here in terms of not only the acquisition of additional properties to make sure that this property can be properly accessed and utilized as the market wants to see it utilized. And what I mean by that is if retail properties such as this are not configured in such a way, they just aren't appealing to either the big box retail market or the restaurant market. So in order to do the kinds of things to attract the tenants that we want, there have been a lot of commitments and investments made to do that. And I mean, I'll add, I've made this representation when we were before the city. Mr. Parsons has done all this with his own funds. He hasn't gone to a lender to do any of this. So his commitment to this is very real in his own pocketbook. We're talking about nearly a 100-acre site. The big box retail will be, we believe will be users that Frankfort does not already have. Same with the restaurants. The multifamily use is envisioned for the rear of the property. One thing that retailers love to see is immediate rooftops and doorknobs within their immediate area. So we've been working very hard to make that happen. So frankly, just to get to the brass tacks, why are we here today? Well, I mean, as I said, we've made a substantial commitment to this development, to this community, and we're looking at substantial infrastructure costs, especially with COVID and the supply chain, that has led to an increase in materials cost across the board, steel, fuel, everything that it takes to get a development up and running, makes it cost more. So really why we're here is we're looking at a tax abatement or cost share request. I mean, I want to make clear what a TIF is and what it isn't, and what we're here for and what we're not. We're not asking for this community to write a check in any way to this developer. We're not asking this community to commit anything until we perform. Until such a time as this development is up and running and generating tax revenue, there's no obligation on the city nor the county's behalf whatsoever. And Casey will make that clear as well. We're not asking to hit any of the special use taxes whatsoever, and Casey will explain that. The point of our development, and I think the reason, I won't steal the mayor's thunder here, but why this development is so important, frankly, is the school tax and the taxes that will be generated for the school system based upon the mere size of this and the potential for it. But we've got a really good team assembled, and we've come a long way. There were a whole lot of impediments with this development, just in terms of dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers and getting our access issues solved. The Corps of Engineer permits have all been issued. All these things have happened. And, so we're now poised on this thing in a very good way. And I really believe at some point, this development will also spur an extension of the East-West Connector. I know that that's been talked about, and there's some other things in the works to hopefully alleviate some of the pressure to 127. So all that having been said, that is the nuts and bolts of the development, and I will turn it over to Casey Bolton and let him explain exactly how this particular TIF would work. And then we'll certainly be happy to entertain any questions whatsoever following his presentation.
All right, thank you. Thank you, John. Let's go to Casey.
Thanks, John, and thanks, Judge. We're with Commonwealth Economics. We're a municipal advisory firm based out of Lexington. As John mentioned, we've worked on a lot of public-private partnerships around the state. A lot of those take the form of tax increment financing. And so we just wanted to give you a little background about how TIF works in Kentucky and how we think it would work at this project and why it would work well. In short and in summary, the developer approached us because there are some infrastructure needs at the site that are rather expensive versus what is being planned on the acreage, particularly some connection, ingress and egress, and some utility work that they were trying to figure out a way to make their formulas work from a funding standpoint. And so they approached us and asked if there was any money out there that could help with that, or any tools that could make that viable option. So we did some analysis, and short of really asking the city, county, or state for upfront funding, what we did notice was this would be a great opportunity to utilize the local TIF program. And so just want to give you a sense of what TIF is and what it means for this project. It's really just a way for the community to utilize the increase in future tax revenues that this project will generate in order to finance some of the infrastructure needs that are required to make the project happen in the first place. So it's really just establishing how much tax revenue is generated at the site now, which we would refer to as the baseline, which is virtually non-existent. As John mentioned, there's really no activity at the site. It's all undeveloped. And then identifying the revenues that are generated once the project's up and running, and taking the difference thereof and participating some percentage of that increment back to the project as a rebate for costs expended on infrastructure. Here's a graphical representation of that. You can see the baseline, at the bottom there in gray. That's what the property is currently doing. The project gets up and running, it's built, and you see the activity at the site generates increased property and occupational taxes. The difference between that top line and the gray area, the black shaded area, becomes what we would refer to as the increment or the incremental tax revenue that would be available for participation in the project. And then once that term of the tax increment financing agreement expires, that increased tax base continues and then goes back to the city, the county, and those taxing districts as it normally would. A few things just to note: TIF does not change the way that the property or businesses are taxed. There's no increased tax. There aren't any tax exemptions being created. It doesn't create any restrictions on the property with regard to how it can be developed, and it doesn't free them from any other sort of oversight or regulatory requirements from planning purposes, permitting, and things like that. It's really just a way financially to capture that incremental tax increase and dedicate it back to the project in a way that promotes development in that area. John mentioned the tax revenues that can be participated and what the request is before the city and the county. Up to 100% of those incremental tax revenues at the city and county related to real property taxes or occupational license taxes, that's essentially payroll taxes, can be participated and dedicated back to the project. Same thing for special districts, library, health, so forth, related to those real property tax rates. Those could be pledged as well. School districts and fire districts are not eligible for participation, so they would continue to get 100% of the benefit that this property generates over the full duration of any TIF agreement. It can be used to promote one or more projects. That would be really identifying some of the ingress and egress utility connections, really focusing on that infrastructure here on this project. And what we would like to ask, and what the developer has really identified, is that 50% of the city and county real property taxes and payroll taxes be dedicated. So there would be 50% instead of that full 100% that they're asking to be rebated to service those costs. And as John mentioned, there is no request before any of the special districts currently. All of that is identified in an ordinance and a participation agreement that spells out exactly which taxes are participated at what level, what's expected of the developer, and so forth. A taxing district cannot affect another taxing district. In other words, the city cannot decide this is a great idea and participate the county taxes, and the county cannot decide this is a great idea and participate the city taxes. You both have to act as a governing body and agree to participate at your desired level. And so that's why we're before you today. And that's why we've asked the city and county to both come together at the same level of participation here and share in the infrastructure financing and share in the upside. And so we're going to walk through some of the numbers here. We showed you the aerial site. John's been through what the project looks like. We'll try to get into some of the numbers here for you as well. As Mayor Wilkerson mentioned, it's about a $150 million project currently. Those costs are going up every day. So right now that's the estimate, but it involves about $17 million of public infrastructure. And in exchange for that infrastructure, you'll see some development happen at the site that is expected to involve about $50 million investment in retail space. A large portion of that would be big box retailers, and also some additional restaurant space. About 50,000 square feet is projected to be restaurant space. That'd be a mix of sit-down restaurants and fast casual. And then I think the big carrot here is multifamily. You've got about 300 units that are being projected and about $70 million of investment there. So that's a significant investment in housing, and it's expected to be a pretty upscale option being added to the community. In all our numbers, you'll see related to tax revenue generation, it is broken out over a 20-year period, but that is based on a 3-year build out plan. Just rough estimates, you'll see that we expect some of the retail and restaurant to be open in year 1, some of it in year 2, and the multifamily being built on the front end of this project as well. So that's just sort of the phasing that we've laid out. Best guess with market projections and working with the retailers and real estate agents there to show that build out and the investment in that $150 million over roughly a 3-year period. Here's an aerial of the site, generally how it could look once it's built and laid out with the multifamily on the right there at the back of the property, and the retailers and restaurant components there, with the ingress and egress up there off of Lawrenceburg Road and Highway 127. It's a significant investment that obviously during construction means significant wages being paid within the community that will generate significant occupational tax revenues. You think about the activity occurring at the site, you've got construction workers coming in and out of town each day, spending money at restaurants for lunch, buying gas in and on their way in and out, things of that nature. That has a significant impact with regard to total output and employment during that time frame. That's about 1,700 employees, the equivalent of during that 3-year construction period, which obviously is impactful to the community, big numbers. Here's sort of what that looks like during operations over a 20-year period. Once the project gets up and running, we expect that it will employ about 1,000 people. So by year 3, you're talking about 1,000 jobs within this site, and wages of just shy of $30 million. So all our numbers, when you get down to the tax revenues, are based on these projections with regard to economic impact. We've broken the tax impacts out by city and county. It just so happens that given your tax rates and the way that you all have structured your occupational taxes, the balance between city and county is very even. You're at over a 20-year period, just shy of $12 million that would be generated for TIF eligible city tax revenues. And it's just about the same at the county level as well. For the county, we're at about $11.6 million. So that's just looking at the county real property taxes and the county occupational taxes. Again, that does not include any of the school taxes or special districts. Here's a look at what those other taxing districts would generate as well. That's another $25 million over that 20-year period that would be generated by the project that would not be a part of this TIF incentive. So there's a lot of upside to the community in that regard. And then a lot of upside to the community with regard to the 50% that would not be pledged under the proposed TIF arrangement. Here's just a holistic look of the TIF eligible tax revenues out of, just shy of $30 million. What we would really be asking for is 50% of that city amount of 11.8 and 50% of that 11.5 generated over a 20-year period, and only to the extent that it is generated. All of those other taxing districts, as Mr. Woodall mentioned, would not be participated in the TIF, so they would see all of the benefit there. So it's a relatively minor piece of the pie that is being requested in order to make this project viable, and so just wanted to put some of those projections in front of you today. Summarize some of the key takeaways here. There are some development hurdles that this project has faced over many years, which is really the reason it's taken so long to develop the ingress and egress, some of the road work that has to be done to get this site accessed. The request is that 50% of those city taxes and county taxes be participated to the extent they're generated, no upfront participation. If you approve the TIF and the project never happens, or it doesn't generate any tax revenues, the city and the county, neither would be out of pocket any money. So that's a great way to incentivize the project without putting the city or county really at risk in terms of project completion or so forth. The school district, as John mentioned, would benefit significantly under this, talking about generating about $20 million over a 20-year period once the project is complete and up and running. And we're talking about significant jobs at the site as well. New retailers to the area. We're talking about pulling some activity back that is currently leaking to surrounding communities with regard to retailers and restaurants in the area, and hopefully pulling some activity from surrounding counties that is also currently leaking to other communities. One thing we also want to highlight, there are non-TIF tax benefits here that we really haven't quantified. So we've talked about $20 million to the schools and essentially $6 million to the city and county and $5 million to the other taxing districts. What we haven't shown here, just because of the difficulty of projecting it, there are insurance premium taxes that this project will generate that will be beneficial to the community. Utility fees, also all tangible property taxes would still be generated, any alcohol license fees and other taxing categories. Not to mention the other off-site benefits that this will generate when you start talking about bringing new spending in the community. The jobs that are created here will spill over off-site as well and have a multiplier effect there. So a lot of benefits that this project will bring between the one-time construction impacts and the ongoing operational impacts. And I think the developer would just like a little help with some of that infrastructure work through the TIF agreement to get this thing kick-started. I know that's a lot to take in. Hopefully we didn't lose you there, but want to open it up for questions for us regarding the TIF, to the developer. Mr. Woodall, just happy to take any questions and open this up for a broader discussion.
Okay, thank you. I see we have Squire Booth is the first to raise their hand. Squire Booth?
Yes. What if a tax rate is raised during the time that the TIF agreement may be in effect? What happens then?
That's a good question. The participation agreements are generally based on the tax rate at a given time. So if the tax rate goes up, the participation would increase, but it would still be at that 50% split. So the way that is structured is 50% of the increment, to the extent it's generated, would be participated over that time period. So if you had an increase in the rate, there would be a little bit more that went back to the project and a little bit more that went back to the city or county.
You have another question, Squire Booth?
Well, I am thinking about the state laws that govern what taxes can be charged in between cities and counties. Right now, it is not the same, but it may be changed in the future by state legislature, which I think is possible, very possible. So that is why I asked that question. And when does the TIF, does it start with the beginning of the construction? Or does it start before the beginning of the construction? When does it start?
We have to actually spend the money. We have to perform before it starts. And as far as we have to perform, we have to do the work. And to your point, we have to do the work. There's no abatement until we actually perform, put the infrastructure in the ground. And there's, no matter what the tax rate is, the amount of the TIF is capped at infrastructure cost. Whatever the total cost end up being, that's going to be set forth in the development agreement, what those costs can be. And until we actually spend that money, we don't get any tax abatement. That's the way the program's set up.
I see. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Squire Tracy?
Looking at the site layout, it appears the 300 plus multifamily units will be secured from the retail traffic flow. Is that accurate?
When you say secured from the traffic flow, do you mean completely cut off or?
Yeah, I mean, will it be cut off there, or everybody going through the retail shops, will they be available to circle around those 300 plus units, or will there be like a designated entrance for that area only?
The way
see-
the way it's laid out currently, there would be essentially the one roadway in. Rob, you can jump in here if I'm incorrect on that, but I don't foresee, Squire, a rear entrance or anything of that nature, if that's what you mean.
No, sir. Just to clarify, will someone visiting the retail shops and the development, will they be able to drive through openly into where the 300 plus units are?
No, oh, that's okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I envision this to be set up the same way Lifestyles is over at Parkside, where that's either gated or carted. You can't just drive in there at your will. And I believe
Okay.
that's how that's set up.
Okay, thank you. So would infrastructure cost of that area, is that calculated into part of this public infrastructure dollars, knowing that that's not going to be open to the public?
Oh, I think, Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but our infrastructure tabulation is based upon streets and roads to access the development and sewer,
Okay.
water, all that stuff. Casey, am I
Okay,
right on
great.
that?
That's correct. It would only include areas in which the public has access.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Mr. Dowler. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Absolutely.
Rob, is it accurate to say, I guess you and your firm are working on the entrance and exit points of the development?
Yes.
Can you touch on those? And is there any likelihood that we could have a debacle on 127 like we have on Duncan Road with the exit ramp or with the entrance?
Well, we're
coming
doing
up?
things, we're definitely trying to avoid anything like that, Scotty, but
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Squire.
No, I'm fine. Thank you so much.
But yeah, we try to learn from those kinds of things. We're not involved in that one over there, but yeah, we're obviously still dealing with the Department of Transportation and working with those guys to try to make sure anything we do doesn't have a adverse effect out on 127. We'd actually like to do things to alleviate some of the congestion out there, but
Understand.
that's ongoing work.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Rob, and welcome.
Thank you.
To piggyback on what Squire Tracy was bringing up, there has to be some concern and also some type of thought into the ingress egress that is now the predominant ingress egress coming into Kroger's, with that one, there's one lane in and a double turn out. So how have you looked at that as with this amount of traffic coming in could affect that dramatically?
That's a good question. You know, we are obviously still working with the state on that. Anytime we touch anything that has something to do with an interstate, interchange on an interstate, we have to do full-blown traffic studies and work with federal highways to make sure that we're not doing anything that would cause an issue with the interstate. And that being said, we're kind of still in that process. We're working with them, gathering all the traffic data that we can gather at this point, putting it into models and looking at what we can do, whether it's adding another turn lane where 2 lanes can go in and go back. Whatever those things are will come out of this model with the traffic that we're looking at and will be included in the plan. It's just a little bit early.
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly what all those are going to be right now. We're looking at several different options, but like I said, we're all very aware of the traffic issue that's out there now. and definitely don't want to do anything to worsen that. We're actually looking at what we can do to help pull traffic out of that intersection that's out there existing and help things instead of hurt them. So,
Hey, amen to that, Rob. Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge, and everyone. Thank you for being part of this presentation. And I appreciate the questions that have been asked about the traffic, because I had that on my list certainly to ask. So I appreciate that question and a lot of preparatory work going into that to ensure that we don't have the same type of situation on an artery into our community as we do on the other end of town. My question is really going to drive at the heart of the fiscal court had been presented another TIF project from the city, where it was discussed that a tremendous need of the community was to drive traffic into the heart of downtown Frankfort, to provide shopping opportunities, to provide locations to live. And now it seems like we're getting a dichotomous view of the community by driving it to the outside of the community. So I'm trying to figure out how these two will coexist in a way so that we are, because I can see certainly spreading the wealth across the community, trying to do that. And I realize big box stores are not something that we are going to try to shoehorn into the downtown business district. But one of our overall considerations as a fiscal court, as well as the city, is to continue to drive business into the unique part of our community into the downtown area. So I'm wondering if there's a plan that is part of this that is going to help do that as well, because I really don't want to see the two divorced in that regard. So whoever can answer that, I appreciate hearing what you have to say. Thank you very much.
Mayor, do you want to, Mayor?
And thank you, Squire Sebastian. And I can say that this is, like you said, that some of the businesses that would go out by an interstate would not go downtown. And there's already the piece of land out there and developed. I think the two are completely different. We want to drive traffic throughout all areas of our community. And I think we need both. And the type of businesses that will go out there will be quality of life type businesses that will anybody in our community can go to. And the type of businesses that would go downtown and the residents that would live downtown, I think they're completely different. So I think there's room to support both, because right now we have both pieces of property that are looking to do something. So but I hear what you're saying, and we don't want to take away from either one, but I think there's room for both.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I'm excited about this. I agree with Mayor Wilkerson. We've got room for both. This project has an opportunity to pull people off the interstate that may just be passing by and wouldn't stop in Frankfort otherwise. I do have a question. We spoke about the infill and bringing in stores and businesses that we don't already have in Frankfort. And I guess my question with the TIF is, will that be net new? Will that be businesses that say they don't want to, they close down in another part of town because this area has more traffic? It's a little bit better place to set up shop. Would we count a business that moved from one part of Frankfort into this part as new and lose the tax revenue because they moved into this taxing district?
Squire Allens, that no, the tenants or owners that we're targeting and negotiations or talks with aren't in your community yet.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Squire Tracy?
Yes, I guess Commonwealth Economics made mention that the other taxing districts have not been approached yet. Do you expect to approach the others, the health department, the ones that could participate?
No, for the record, no. We made that statement at the city as well. They will not be a part of the TIF at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Sparks, can you kind of give us how we move? I guess you have been in contact. If not, you will be in contact with Laura Ross on a document that we would need to have for the court to approve this information and moving forward?
Yes, sir. This is same new to me as it is to everybody else. If you decide to take a look at it, Laura and I'll sit down and see what next direction we've got to go. I'm listening to it the same way you all, kind of get an idea of what you want to go with it and what the options are.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Squire Blackburn. You need to unmute.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. I know one of the initial things that will need to be done will to be able to create the tax district for that. Do they just plan to only include the property, the proposed property in that tax district, or do they want to expand it beyond that?
Casey, you want to answer that?
Sure. The intent would just be to include this property at this time. It just makes it cleaner for everybody involved. And the idea would just be to include this property. And if there's any public right of way in which the developer might be asked to make roadway improvements or expend dollars, then we would include that as well, like turning lanes and things like that.
Wonderful. Yeah, I've looked at this really closely, and I'm pleased that it's clean and simplistic in the way that you're going about it, and it's crisp and clear, and I'm happy that, I mean, this is I think Mr. Parsons has owned it for 38 years. I'd like for him to be able to get something done for it pretty soon. Thank you.
Okay. Squire Booth.
I'm wondering if the prior TIF district that the city and county created could just be copied for this one, or is it going to be different? I'm asking the attorney, Spark.
Ma'am, depending on which direction you all want to go with it, that is, do you want to participate it or not, we'd have to explore that option. I don't have an opinion on that right now.
Okay. Mayor, your ask for us is, I guess you'll be taking it to your Board of Commissioners and talking about it, and then you'll have a document and then send it to us. And is that what are your thoughts about next steps?
I think that's my understanding, is that we have discussed it at our last work session in January. And so now we've asked our staff to draft the ordinance so that we can vote on it at the February voting meeting. And so we're looking to pledge 50% of our real property tax and occupational tax. So we hope that the county would go along at the same rate. To Squire Booth's point, that the percentage would be a little different than we did last time from the city side. So that point would change. And this would be a local participation agreement. So it's just going to involve our two governments. And this is, compared to the last one, this is simpler. It's my opinion. I'm not an attorney, but it seems simpler. So I think we hope to vote on it in February. We hope that you all will do it at the next opportunity, and we can move this forward.
All right, thank you. John, the question to you, is there a time frame that you would like to get all this in place, all the documents voted on and ready to move?
Yesterday.
I didn't ask Mr. Parsons. I'm just
That's
asking
right,
you.
yeah. You know, at your convenience, we're moving forward at a pretty good pace. I know we have a development agreement that's the city's council has put together. So we're farther down the line than most on it. So I think we can, hopefully get something done in the next 60 days, 30 to 60 days anyway.
Yeah, we our fiscal court meetings on a different schedule than the cities.
That's right. Yeah.
And so we have to give time for our counselor to review the documents. And so that I'm just kind of letting you know that
That's
it
okay.
always, it takes some time.
I understand. We appreciate your consideration.
Yes, sir. Squire Moore?
Yes, Judge, I would like to suggest that the county move forward with this at 50% of new taxes on this property then
Yes,
in their
sir.
next, poll, you know, as soon as we can.
Yeah, I agree. I think would be incumbent upon us to have a document in front of us, making sure that it's spent everything is spelled out.
Absolutely. That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right. No other questions. Great presentation. Just a fantastic idea. We're excited. And as the mayor and I have talked behind the scenes, that this has gone on for years and years. And we hope that we believe this will work. And I hope that we can all partner in this and making this project be successful for our community. Mayor, thank you for bringing it to us. And all of you, John, Casey, Rob, thank you all. And we'll be back together soon when the documents go from the city to the county.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you,
Have a
guys.
good rest of your meeting. Bye.
Yes, sir.
Travis,
Thank you.
see you guys.
You all have a blessed day and a blessed weekend. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. The next item on the agenda is the minutes from our January 20th meeting. Any questions on that? The next item on our agenda is authorization to receive the county clerk's quarterly report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2021. Mr. Hancock, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Judge, how's everybody doing today?
We're great. Thank you.
Good. As you see, we're giving you a partial payment. We do this every year. We try to do it as quick as possible. The reason we only give you a partial payment is we are still waiting on our first side of our audit for 2022. So as soon as that's complete, we'll get you the remainder of the money. But we were lucky and blessed through this year to be able to write you a check for $1 million on partial payments. So we're pretty proud of that. That has a lot to do with the fact that, I mean, if you look at our collections, they're up just a bit over 20%. That has to do with the amount of money and the value of car tags right now at this point. There's a piece of legislation going through that's trying to help the citizens here in Franklin County. And we're all about making sure that if there are refunds that need to be made, we're going to make them as quick as possible. But we don't have any guidance at this point. I know that you all hear me say I don't have any guidance, but the fact of the matter is until somebody up on the hill tells me to do something and how to do it, I don't know exactly where we're going. So I'm pleased to give $1 million to you all this year. By the sounds of what I've been listening to, I need to make it 2 or 3 million for next year. We're going to make it, and we're going to make positive hits. So
Jeff, let me ask you. Yeah, let me ask you a question. You touched on a thought. As you give us $1 million in excess fees and legislation comes down that we have to return monies to people that for their license, for their taxes on their vehicles, will we have to give you back some of that?
No, Judge, not
money?
on this money. This is all 2022 money. The money that they're talking about doing refunds on is from January and February of 2022, excuse me. This is all last year's money that I'm returning at this point. So they won't go retroactively. They're just going to work on what we're doing this year. So this money that I'm giving you is money for the fiscal court to spend as you all see needed, or whatever it is, roads, signs, healthcare, whatever that might be.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. It's actually a question for Madam Treasurer. Susan, are you on here with us today?
Susan should be on. Susan Lawrenson, are you on?
I am.
Okay.
Hey, good morning, Susan. Squire.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. I missed the question. I stepped away from my desk.
That's all good. I haven't asked it yet, so you're perfect timing. The county clerk is, I guess, giving us $1 million back And so I know in the past that we have taken some of the things that the sheriff's done and the county clerk has done, which is great for our community. But I was wondering if we could go ahead and earmark this money towards our Lakeview project, just to show our commitment to the community. Could we do that, please?
Well, court action would need to be made and possibly reflected in a budgetary move. So I'd need direction about what that would be.
Yeah, you could do that through a budget process as we do the budget if you wanted to do it for capital expenditure, Squire.
Okay.
Well,
I don't
I mean,
know if I can make a
we'll be
motion
amending it.
or if anybody in the court feels the same way, but I just wanted to kind of get the conversation going. So thank you.
Right. Well, as you've seen, the budgeted excess fees is based on the initial budget from the clerk and the sheriff every single year. That's what we put in the fiscal court budget. So $503,892 is what the excess fee budget is. And then we've already had over $1 million received because of the timing, I guess, of one of the payments from 2020, as well as the partial payment for 2021. So we are clearly well over our budgeted line item. So at some point, if you want to do something to earmark that in some way with a budgetary move, we could amend in the difference, the budgetary variance, and then assign it in some way to capital improvements or some other fund.
Okay, yeah. Don't we currently have a earmark line item for the park project?
If you're referring to the park improvements line item,
Yeah.
it's in the general fund. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't have it in front of me, so yeah, I just, you know how things go, and when this meeting's over, we keep moving, and I just don't want to forget about it. So I would like to, if we can, make a motion or, take care of it as we're accepting the money, going ahead and earmarking it. But like I said, I'm just one voting member, so if anybody else wants to chime in, that would be great.
We would have to amend the agenda, or you can just wait and do it at another time if that's what you wanted to do, if there's agreement.
Yeah, like I said, we keep so many things moving around. I would love to, if we can do it, amend the agenda to do it. I would rather take care of it today, but like I said, that's I'm only one person.
Squire Tracy.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great idea. It shows commitment. Whatever's the cleanest and easy way for the treasurer to do it. If we don't do it this meeting, let's make sure we do it the next meeting.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I will just chime in on this because we have done this. We have taken an action like this on multiple occasions, so it would not be out of line for the court to do so based on our past history of having done that over the past 3 years. So whether we do it today or whatever day, I think there's at least comment by the court to do that again. So
is there amount that you want to
Can I jump in for a second, Judge, on that?
Yes, sir, please.
I want to explain what Susan was saying. We had already guaranteed a certain amount of excess fees, which are $483,892. We gave the remainder of 2020 money at the end of the year because we had to. We're waiting on our audit to come through. So she's got $1 million plus the I believe it's 88,000, and Susan can correct me, that has gone in this calendar year. So the difference, the million is the difference of the 483. So it's not $1 million of excess fees. She has already planned on spending and putting in the general fund the 483.
So it would be anything above. That's where I'm at.
That is relatively what I'm trying to. I don't want everybody to go, oh, we got an extra $1 million to go spend. I want everybody to make sure they understand where the money is, where it came from. And Susan had already budgeted.
You're reinforcing that. That's correct. Yeah. When it, I think the report you have did not reflect the payment. I think that was just booked after the court packet went out. So as of now, I think it's about $599,000 over budget. So we could begin an amendment process, but I know Squire Muller, you mentioned a park improvements line item that exists now. That's, embedded in the general fund. And it might be cleaner if you're trying to assign money for future use on a larger project, that you assign it through the capital projects fund, so that it would have a carryover from year to year that would be cleaner to track, rather than within an existing line item. So
Yes, Jeff, thank you, and Susan, thank you. I agree too. I think that would be the cleanest way to do it. So if it'd be easier on you to, have that on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah, but I also want to say, if you're going to earmark it for the parks, remember that we're on Monday, we're opening up architects for building a new road department. So we got, don't exclude the road department when you're wanting to earmark monies as well.
I agree 110%. I just feel like this project's probably a whole lot farther ahead of that project, and I think there'll be other opportunities to earmark for the very important road department. That's just me.
Okay. All right. So would everybody be comfortable with $500,000 to be earmarked towards
I can just structure it as towards the capital improvements fund, and with no specific project labeled, and then it's in the capital improvements fund. So whichever direction you go, or add it to, or itemize it like a capital fund improvement contingency line. And then if you want to, during the budget process, have that included in your prior year surplus carryover, and then distribute it to park or whatever facility you decide.
Susan, let me ask you this. So moving forward, and hopefully the park project will move forward, if we were to say, let's capital campaign, or somebody wanted to donate money towards the project, how would that be put in? Would it be easier just to do a specific line item for the park at this point because of that? And I'm just thinking long term.
You're getting into a different area if you're talking about donations to a government agency. That has specific rules that we would have to track in the use of those funds. So I would have to refresh myself on how that all works, but that's
okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm thinking long-term vision. Thank you.
Sure.
I do think, and I don't know when, but I do think that the court, before, I'm not saying we shouldn't earmark, I have no problem with that, but our court needs to approve the final draft of the Lakeview Park plan. So we're kind of getting the cart before the horse here. So we need to make sure we do that first. Squire Moore?
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to putting it in capital investments, but I wouldn't put it on a certain project at this point. We don't even have a project at the park yet. We do hopes for one, but we don't have one. So just put it in capital improvements.
Okay. All right. So the Susan, do you need court approval to put a court authorization to put it in capital projects?
Well, what I'll do is I'll draft the first reading of an amendment for the next court, and then you'll see how it lines out there. And I'll use the $500,000 from the clerk's fund as transfer to the capital improvement fund, and we'll begin it with the amendment.
Okay. Squire Tracy, you've had your hand up a couple of times.
Yeah, I was just going to double circle back with Susan. Susan, so anything above and beyond what the clerk had budgeted coming in, I think he said 483. So anything above that, and you're also saying that we have to have an amendment. Is that correct?
Well, we definitely have to have an amendment of some sort, and we have to have the money we have to demonstrate that we already have the money when we have an amendment. But the number right now is $592,000 greater.
So I mentioned 500,000. So
Yeah.
that's what I said, that we would earmark for capital improvements.
It's nice having round numbers.
Yeah, I hear you. Squire Muller.
I just want to thank Jeff for being on here again. Sorry, Jeff, we got a little sidetracked there, but thank to you and your team for what you do every day. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, Jeff, we'll be happy to take that money. Thank you very much. Thank your staff as well. All right, let's move to the next item in here. So we've got Marshall Jenkins from Capital City Activity Center, and Marshall, we're talking about 500,000, but you need 10,000, and God bless you for what you're going through and what you're doing. We're happy that you're here, and maybe you can give us a little update on what's going on at the center.
Sure.
And what your needs are for this 10,000.
Okay, I tried not to come to the court or to the commission unless it's truly an emergency. And this part of the building, the main structure of where we have our kitchen, was built in 1990. A lot of that equipment is needing to be replaced. I mean, you know that it's not built to last forever. And our walk-in cooler and freezer units, we've had issues with them. Last year alone, just the freezer, we have spent over $10,000 in repair. And it's come to the point that some parts are not available anymore. We've had to, our electrician has the freezer working, but he's had to bypass some relays, so it just runs all the time, and because those parts just aren't available. And we actually had talked with the Kentucky Colonel's Emergency Fund for this, and they came out and looked at it, totally agreed that it definitely needed to be replaced. But it was so close to when their annual grant process started, they just asked that I fill out a grant under that. And so those funds wouldn't have been received until this summer, probably like June or July. That's how long the grant process takes. Well, I said, okay, hopefully they'll last. So until they didn't, and now the walk-in cooler is totally inoperable. We are trying to find coolers for us to use until the new cooler and freezer are built. So I went back to the Kentucky Colonel Emergency Fund. They've already sent me $25,000. I have had a local plant here in town that has been a big supporter of the center, that immediately wrote me a check for $5,000. And part of the reason some things happened with the cooler was when a transformer blew out in our area, and when it turned back on, it fried some of the parts for the cooler, thus making other damages to the cooler, and so it's inoperable. We did get a insurance claim put in, that's about $12,000. The city, and that's when I came to the city and county to ask to help with this. The city has already given us $10,000. The life of this unit is about a 25-year lifespan. We have well exceeded that. But again, you know, they don't last forever. And built in 1990, I tried to get with the state to see exactly how many meals we were preparing then, and they don't have any of those records. So I can guarantee you the amount of meals that's being prepared then is not remotely close to the meals that we're preparing now. So this is an opportunity that we can increase the size of the freezer by about 20% and the cooler as well. We're going to place them on the exterior of the building. We're going to have the freezer and cooler unit inside the building removed, giving us much needed space to prep and to prepare, because right now we have 3 stainless steel tables. It's not enough. We make do though. I mean, you know, we're doing the best we can. So this is a definite upgrade to the kitchen that is much needed. We haven't come to the court and asked for any money really to help with this kitchen area, but we did come to you all to help with some of the equipment early on when it was the CARES money, I believe. I can't really remember. It's been a little while. But anyway, that's it. We are in, this is not a want and it's not a need. It's an emergency situation now.
Okay, Marshall, I understand that. So I'm going to kind of recap because I'm not sure I got or understood what is the total cost of the walk-in freezer?
They just ordered it. It had originally been 62,000 and change. With the order being placed, it is now 67,952 because of the inflation of everything. We will not receive this probably until July or August because there is a foam insulation shortage at this time.
That's what, yeah.
You know, but we had to go ahead and place the order because we needed to get in line. So it had about a $5,000 increase, which the center is going to take care of that. We do have, we're putting skin in the game as well. So
speaking of skin in the game, I don't know what the cost would be and who will cover it, but if you're going to move one cooler out and then put another one in another spot, you're going to have to build a spot for it. If you looked at that cost and what that
is all, that's yes, we've already had our contractor looked at that, and it's not going to be as expensive as what we had initially thought. So yeah, we're going to be able to handle that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we got several squires that want questions. We'll start with Squire Tracy.
Marshall, so the request today is for 10,000. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And Director Jenkins, thank you for being on today with us. Could you elaborate on the number of meals that are being sent out to the community? Could you give the fiscal court a little bit of insight on that? And then after you answer that, I have one more thing. Thank you.
We're preparing about 220 meals every day. Those go out Monday through Friday. We also try to make extra frozen meals so that not only are they getting their hot meal daily, but we about once a month will send out frozen meals just in case for emergency situations like the ice storm or it's a holiday. They can have those meals, and we also take out shelf stable meals as well. So it's it's quite a bit that I will just say that out of the Bluegrass region, we are the center that's providing more meals than anybody, and Fayette County is in our region.
Yeah, Celeste had said that, and I guess we, on one hand, we congratulate you. On the other, we say, golly, there's such a need.
Yes, today alone, we have what's called Free Food Fridays. And they start lining up before 6 o'clock in the morning. I bet we will have 100 cars drive through today just getting items from our food pantry, which will be produce, frozen meat, all different kinds of items. So I will tell you, there is a big need in this community as far as food. I just ran into somebody yesterday and he was saying, you know, we can cover our rent and our prescriptions, but I can't really cover a lot of food items. It looks like I might have to decide between prescriptions or food. And I was like, oh no, you call us. We will, you know, get out every Friday. You can at least get extra things. You know, it's a very big need in this community.
Yes, and let's just, and I'm gonna point out Squire Sebastian as I call her, and because Squire Sebastian helps with the meals, and we appreciate her being out there volunteering, and that's really nice of her to do that. So Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to make a point of saying I have recently come on the board of the senior center, and I feel it's important for transparency to make sure that this body is aware of that the county attorney is aware of that. And the board took no vote to bring this item before the fiscal court. So there was not any predetermination or any request of me to predetermine a vote. So I want to be very clear about
Right.
that. And Director Jenkins can speak to that if she feels so inclined.
Yeah, no, this was a certain protocol. If it is something we can project down the road, you know, the board would discuss it and have me come before the board, but this is an emergency. And I've, you know, to just put it out there. I'm at the point of just trying to gather my money in a basket.
Yeah, I need
what
to.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was just going to add in there, you know, one of the things that is serving seniors has always been a part of my heart. So I have done this since my daughter was 11, I believe, Marshall. You know, my daughter and I have here since she was 11 and she's 18 now. So it has just become available to give this part of the service to even help more as part of a board member. But I just thought for transparency, it would be important to share that with this body and with the county attorney, just for clarification. Thank you very much.
County
And Squire
attorney,
Sebastian, I'd just like to say from me, and I really appreciate everything you do. No offense taken, none justified, and thank you for taking care of that.
so there's two questions, Mr. Sparks. My wife also is a driver, and she delivers meals through the senior center, and Sherry being on the board, can Sherry and I or both vote to give this money to the Senior Citizen Center?
This court has for years done everything they can possibly do to facilitate the program at the Senior Citizen Center. I have no doubt if you do feel in your heart that you are just comfortable doing that, I'll leave it to you. But I also have no doubt that the court would be of a proper inclination to remedy that need that's been encountered for a number of years. I'm not aware of any conflict that you all would have either volunteering or anybody else who wants to go out and volunteer in the community, doing what you got to do to keep that facility going. You are not getting anything back. That's a community need. So
Okay, good.
Good
All
job.
right, Squire Sebastian, you're clear. Marshall, we'll have this on a vote in a bit, and if you got, I'm sure you got other things to do, and we'll let you know how the vote comes out whenever we get to it, okay?
Okay,
I have
thank you. I do
Tambra,
have
I
one more
have
thing.
Tambra text you.
Okay, I have one more thing, exciting
yes, ma'am.
news. We have now co-branded with Meals on Wheels America. That does not mean we follow, they do not direct us in any way. It's in name only. So our name of our nutrition program is called Meals on Wheels Greater Frankfurt. We did that because Meals on Wheels has a nationwide recognition. When you hear Meals on Wheels, people totally immediately know what you're about. When I went to the Secretary of State's office to file this, the lady walked out, she's from Frankfurt and been lifelong Frankfurt, and she said, well, I'm sure I am glad that Frankfurt now has a meal program for seniors. And I said,
Really?
well, we've had a program, and I told her how much we serve for like the past 50 years. And she said, really? I said, yes. So this is going to open up doors. We have gotten some volunteers because of the Meals on Wheels names. We have, we'll be able to participate in national grants that's only available to Meals on Wheels participants. So I'm very excited about this. This is a big, bold move, as we're the only center in the state that has done this. So we're forging the way into the future.
You are.
So anyway, I appreciate the court having me today. You all have always supported the senior center, and we wouldn't want to do it without you guys. And it's just nice when I talk to other directors and they just don't have support of their local government. It hurts my heart. So I thank you because you recognize the importance of what our mission is and what we're doing for the community.
All right, thank you. Thanks
Thank you.
again. Oh, well, wait a minute. I see another question. Squire Blackburn.
I don't have a question for Marcel. I just want to thank her for all she does, but I had a question for Susan. What fund, if we do approve this, would it come out of?
Well, once again, for tracking purposes, the best line item would be the existing senior citizen support line that we already have established. It's not budgeted, for this extra amount, but we can do a budget transfer, later in the year as we're moving lines around. So let's see what, it's in the general fund. It has a dedicated line 01-530-5507. So we budget an annual appropriation for the public purpose for supporting the senior citizen at 70,000. So if we increase that by 10, we'll do a budget transfer.
So it would just come out of our general fund into the senior
Yes.
sub-fund. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thanks again, Marshall. God bless you.
Thank you,
God
guys.
bless all of the people that volunteer and work for the senior citizen.
Thank you,
so
all.
much.
Have a great weekend. Happy Valentine's Day.
Same to you. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a request of loan forgiveness to the Farmdale Sanitation District. This was done about 5 years ago, I believe, and Ray Smith's on to, and maybe Charlie Bob too, to talk about this. As you know, the sanitation district is hanging in there the best they can. A lot of expenses are coming about, and they've asked for the court to reconsider the $30,000 loan that I believe is in June. Ray, are you on, or Charlie Bob?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
here.
All right, thanks, Ray.
I think Charlie had some work to do today, so he couldn't make it.
You want to go back over anything I said or anything, or what the request is?
Not really, just it comes due in June. Our accountant said if it doesn't get resolved one way or another, we'll take a default on a debt, which goes on our credit record, which could affect our buying parts in the future. Our reserves have dwindled to from around 300,000 down to less than 150. And we've got another $150,000 of work coming in on these several projects that hit us over the summer. And I'd like to get through these projects and start building our reserves back up. And it would be nice to get this loan off the books.
Okay. Squire Sebastian, you and Squire Booth and myself were on the meeting when they asked for this. You have any questions or any thoughts? Squire Sebastian, go ahead.
You know, I appreciate you asking that, because at that February 3rd Farmdale Sanitation District meeting, there was a considerable discussion about the board making this request to fiscal court for forgiveness of, as you said, this 5-year-old $30,000 loan. And you, Squire Booth, and I attended the Zoom meeting as observers and certainly not board members. And during the meeting, Squire Booth and I were asked if we would support the sanitation district's request when it came before the court for a vote. So, you know, I didn't answer that question at the time, but I feel it's important for transparency to make sure that everybody on the court is aware that that question was posed to us, not by the board. But I do think that this is certainly something that is needed, which I stated at that time, and I have actually gone back to try to find the words that I used at the time, either on our YouTube channel or on Facebook, and the meeting's not on there. So, because I had made a statement about the tremendous need that we know is there based on the things that Mr. Smith enumerated. There are parts that are going to have to be machined to keep these plants operable, because there are a variety of plants and none of the plants are outfitted with the same type of equipment. It is hard to get the equipment in, and there are Coolbrook has needed things for quite some time, and that work is ongoing. Meadowbrook has had issues. Edgewood has had issues, and certainly it's not my place to give the board's report, but they can certainly echo all of these comments. So this is a critical thing for the court to consider today. This is very critical for the residents of Franklin County for their continued health and safety. And I would echo that it is very important. And those were similar words that I used at the meeting. Thank you.
Squire Booth, did you have something?
Yes, I did say that I would vote for the forgiveness at that meeting, and I apologize for that slip. And I realize now it was a slip due to Squire Sebastian's comments. But I still believe that the people in the 5th district, which I represent, need that sewer. So until the pump station that is going to be built by the county and the city for the effluent to go to the city sewer department, we need to keep the sewer that we have going. So.
Squire Tracy, thank you, Squire Booth.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here with us this morning. Quick question. Did your accountant happen to mention that maybe the loan could be, the due date could be extended?
That
Did he
would
give
be
you any other options?
But the problem is, you know, our reserves are getting so low, it's going to take us a while to recover. We've had some extensive problems at 4 or 5 of these plants.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm just saying, was that an option? Obviously, it's an interest-free note, and there,
Sure.
it looks like there's dollars that are just being funneled in that direction through the state and so forth. So I'm just wondering, was that an option that was made to your board by the accountant, or was it, you need to get this forgiven?
Well, no, I mean, it could be either way. I just don't know when we could pay it back. I mean, we're not getting any funds from the state. The only thing, our only income is from sewer fees. We get an average of around $41,000 a month, and we're paying out more than that the last 2 or 3 months. We've actually paid out more than we've been taking in, and that's going to continue. until these 3 or 4 projects are finished. After that, we're hoping that things will stabilize and we can get back in good shape again.
So again, that was that an option that was recommended by him? I'm just trying to make sure I got this clear.
They didn't recommend either way. They just said
Okay.
if we don't pay that by June, then it's going to be it'll be a default on our debt.
Okay. And then I guess I have a question for Squire Sebastian or Squire Booth. Who made the request at the meeting if it wasn't
It was me.
For yours?
It was me. I did. I asked if they would be supportive of it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Judge, I just wanted to also remind the court that we do have a outstanding indebtedness on other related matters with Farmdale that the court approved last fall or summer thereabouts on another one that you all also had 0 interest, etc. So this isn't the only indebtedness out there that the county has got on the books for.
Thank you.
The one I'm aware of.
Yeah, that other one was a grant, Counselor.
Well, that was one question about that. That issue has been risen recently or arose recently. And I also treated it as a grant with either way, it's 0 repayment back. If it is truly a grant, that was kind of my assumption. But the county shows that as an outstanding obligation to Farmdale for those services. It's not in the form of a repeat loan like this one is, but it was treated in my mind as a grant as well.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Squire Sebastian, I think you've got a question.
Well, I just want to make sure I understood what our counselor said. I hate to ask you to repeat that. I'm just trying to make some notes here. I just want to make sure I understood what you said. I apologize.
I never did a loan repayment. It's not secured by a promissory note or anything. It was treated as just a loan, just X number of dollars to be distributed out accordingly. If that is incorrect, I'd really, this is a good time to let's cure that right now. But that was how I was told to do that week.
You did it as a grant, not as a loan.
That's my point. Yes, sir.
Well, you just said you did it as a loan, but I'm just correcting what was.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Judge. But I meant it as a grant. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That was 150,000 as a grant. Is that what you said?
It was 200.
We're talking about the Coolbrook emergency money.
Yes.
That's 100,000. And there had been some extensive discussion about how it would be treated during the first reading of the amendment. But I think ultimately it was decided it would be treated as a grant. So we just wanted to, and I had pursued clarification with Councilor Sparks about that because we did not execute a promissory note on it. So we are treating that as a grant, just to reiterate.
Correct.
That's my understanding. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Ray, thank you for being on. Thank you. And it'll come to a vote in a bit. We can let you know how that comes out just a bit.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for you and the other members of the board for the very hard and work that you're doing, and progress is being made slowly, but surely it's being made. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The next item is authorization to receive the Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority's DBA Kentucky Capital Development Corporation's budget for 22-23. And Terry, while you're on, I'd like for you, if you could, give us an update about jobs, job creation and losses and all of that in our community.
So I will do my very best. Our computers don't allow us to, they don't have a microphone or a camera. So I'm on a different computer today that I'm not very familiar with. So please be patient with me. Andrew, I'm trying to share screens. Am I going to be able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, super. Thank you. So let's see. Let's pull this one up. Okay, so I'll do this really quickly. There's a lot of information here. and this is just good for you guys to know in general, we have the ability to run economic impact models for projects. And what I'm providing you today is just a small area, a small segment of some economic impact models that I've run for the projects that either announced or hired jobs in 2021.
Terry, let me, just 1 second. There's 2 requests, your budget and this, so you're going into jobs is what you're doing first.
Yeah, do you want me to do, I was going to do that first and then the budget. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure everybody was on the same page as you're going through this.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm not going to go through my budget line item by line item. I mean, I know these folks can read. I'll be happy to answer questions for them, and I have it on here to pull up, but I was going to go through these numbers that you asked me to go through first.
Okay.
So these economic impact models, we have the ability to run. I did not show the whole thing. It's very, very, very data driven, and it's got a lot of numbers. It shows how one project in Franklin County or one project in a neighboring county affects surrounding counties. There's a lot of information available. So if you ever want those, just let me know and I'll be able to run those for you. But for today, I'm just going to do a real quick run through of some of the projects that we worked in 2021. So Project Steel Blue, you're very familiar with that one. That was the new announcement of 146 jobs down on Myrtle, Hickory Avenue. It's a $17.7 million investment, which ultimately provides $151,800 in occupational taxes to the city and county and $65,000 of property taxes. This particular project will provide also $215,000 of tangible tax revenues. These are, of course, annually. And just for your just because we are always so concerned about our school systems, $37,000 of that property tax revenue goes to the public schools, as well as $107,000 of that tangible tax revenues. That is again annually. Candleberry is doing an expansion. They're building a new facility, and it will create 10 new jobs, as well as provide a $5.1 million investment. That will provide the city and county with $3,000 worth of additional tax revenues annually, occupational tax, I'm sorry, and an additional $46,000 of property tax revenues, $8,000 of tangible revenues, and you see the public school system benefits there. Proclivity Project, 75 new jobs with a $3 million payroll and a $45 million investment. That number is actually $48 million now, but I use numbers that these projects provided in their this was from the IRB proposal for the city, but some of them applied for KEDFA money or KBIs or KIA money. So I used that data so that I wasn't just using random data. So this is not as updated as it could be. But with $45 million investment and 75 new jobs, that's $65,000 in additional occupational taxes to the city and county annually, with $700,000 of property taxes. I only know the net profits and the premiums on this project because that is part of what they had filed. I won't know those numbers. There will be those numbers in these other projects. I just don't know them, so I didn't include them. Alpha Medical, which is a new facility that is building out in Industrial Park 3, will create 75 new healthcare jobs. It's $11 million investment, which will add $32,000 in occupational tax revenues, $119 in property taxes, and $10,000 in tangibles. Locals Food Hub and Pizza Pub, they estimate their annual payrolls $205,000. Again, these are pre-opening numbers. I'm going to bet that's extremely low already. And a $700,000 increase in property value. So that's $3,900 in occupational tax revenue, $11,800 in property tax revenues. And their net profit, they give us a 10-year run. Year 1, it's $2,000, and year 10, it's $45,000 additional in net profit revenue to the county, city and county. Sorry. TRG created 50 new jobs and an average of $44,000 a job, which makes an additional payroll of $2.5 million. That's about $24,500 additional dollars in occupational tax revenue. Limewater, which is a new restaurant down in the Glenn Willis building. Is creating 9 new full-time jobs and 6 part-time jobs and an annual payroll of $300,000 with an additional $1 million value added. That's $5,800 in additional occupational taxes and $2,500 additional property taxes with 675 tangible revenues. Bourbon 30 is a new distillery that is opening across from Buffalo Trace in the old Fast Tracks building. That's 20 to 25 new jobs with an $875,000 annual payroll, $750,000. Well, let me just do the total. $1.75 million investment that adds $17,000 annually to the occupational tax revenues, $12,000 in property taxes, and $2,200 in tangibles. Tone, which is a new manufacturer that is in the ASCA building. They're leasing part of the ASCA building. Created 10 new jobs with a $450,000 annual revenue, annual payroll, which is $4,500 in additional occupational tax revenues. There was no additional property tax revenue because they went into an existing building with an existing company. Monoplast created 50 new jobs this year as well, with an annual salary of about $45,000, which is about $25,000 additional occupational tax revenue. Buffalo Trace expansion created 8 new jobs with $364,000 annual payroll with a $173 million investment announced. This is $3,600 in occupational tax revenues, $2 million increase in property tax revenues. And part of that could potentially be tangible tax revenues as opposed to property tax revenues. I didn't have the split, so I just included it all under property tax. Broadway Hotel anticipates their annual payroll will be $800,000 with 20 new employees. It's a $13.5 million investment. That's $15,000 additional occupational tax revenues with $228,000 additional property tax revenues. And Parcels B and C, of course, anticipates 696 new jobs with a $34 million annual payroll and an $80 million investment. And that number, again, has gone up, but these are the numbers I used from the original documents that they filed, which is $667,890 additional in occupational tax revenues with a $1.3 million additional in property tax revenues. So those are some of the projects that announced and created jobs in 2021. There are some others, K9H, these other 14 are smaller projects. There's a 50 new residential units going on in the outskirts of downtown. And then there are these projects that are happening downtown as well that I didn't include in the top because these are development projects. We've got the Sauer building, the firehouse, the insurance building, the Marcus building, the Mason Hogue building, the Nitro building, the Broadway Hotel I did mention, and Parcels B and C I did mention. And I included the investors' names in these projects because I'm extremely thankful for these folks and the investment that they continue to provide in our community. Those projects alone happening between Miro Street and Main Street are $119 million worth of investment. And most of these folks are local folks who are just giving back to our community and investing in our downtown, and I appreciate them very much. So overall total, the jobs announced in these projects, not including these projects, but just the above projects, 472 jobs. I took out Buffalo Trace and Parcels B and C because in an economic impact model, the super large projects oftentimes sway the whole real motion of the community. And so I wanted us to have the numbers both ways. 472 jobs without Buffalo Trace and Parcels B and C, 1,176 new jobs with them. Payroll increase, this is additional payroll, 19 million without those two, 53 million with those two projects. Investment, 96 million without and 349 with. New occupational tax revenue without 333,000, a million with those two projects. New property tax revenue, almost 2 million in new property tax revenue and 4.6 million in new property tax revenue with those two projects. And then those random ones that I just did happen to have the numbers for were an additional $260,000 in tax revenue. And just a ballpark estimate, the portion of those new properties and the other taxes that go to the school system are $806,000 to the schools without Buffalo Trace, 3 million, without Buffalo Trace and parcels B and C, and 3.3 million with those projects. So I can assure you that there are a lot of great things happening in the community. And in addition to those projects that we worked, we of course have the Empower Frankfurt program. We started the Think Frankfurt First program just at the beginning of 2021, did that It Grows on You initiative all last year, and then started at the beginning of 2022, the First New Friend program as well. We are working with our partners on a regional economic development strategy that is well underway. We have done a number of virtual site visits with consultants around the country. We sponsor and organize the Bourbon on the Banks VIP Bourbon Industry event for our bourbon manufacturers and facilities here in Franklin County. We do, of course, public policy and advocacy for our local businesses. We help with revolving loans. We administer actually 4 revolving loans and another loan for Bluegrass Community Action Partnership they're building. We hold usually an annual industry appreciation event. We worked with the Downtown Festival Lighting Project. We do, gosh, I don't want to read all this to you. You all have all this in front of you. I might send it to you every month. What I really want to show you are some other numbers. So those numbers came from sorry about that. Those numbers came from applications that these folks fill out for a variety of, like I said, KBI, KIA, IRB funding, but these numbers come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Let me pull this up. So this is a jobs report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and we use these numbers in a variety of ways. We don't use them to determine our current project. I mean, what we'll do next month. And the reason for that is because these numbers lag. I started the numbers when I came here in 2015, and I took them to the most recent numbers, which were second quarter of 2021. So you see, if we were trying to decide, what we're doing, is it effective? The numbers would be too old really for us to be able to say, well, we started doing this 6 months ago, and it seems to be a really good plan, because we don't have the numbers to know what was good and bad for 6 months ago. These run at about a 9-month lag, but for long-term planning, they are good numbers to use. So for some reason, these rows got messed up, and I don't know why that is, but let me correct it real quick, because if you notice the color codes are not aligned. There you go. Ignore those in the middle. Sorry about that. So you'll see that the blue lines at the top, and I'll scroll across here so you can see this. Administrative, manufacturing. Sorry, my thing is in the way here and I can't see them all. Professional and scientific. This is professional, scientific, and technical services. Real estate and rental, and transportation and warehousing numbers. So if you look at those numbers from beginning in 2015, and you follow those down to 2019, pre-pandemic, and then you continue to look at those numbers mid-pandemic, because that's the most recent that we have, those industries continue to grow. They're in the black, both pre-pandemic and mid-pandemic. See here, these numbers are all continuing to get higher. In the gray, you'll notice that retail, management of companies, information technology, finance and insurance, and government jobs continue to be in the red, both pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Okay, so if you'll go down here to these numbers, I pulled the government because that's a ginormous one. Pre-pandemic, we had lost 740 government jobs between 2015 and 2019. Mid-pandemic, we were up to 1,096 government jobs lost. So if you go down here and I just pulled those categories out, if you look at the number of jobs in all industries, 31,033 in 2015, 13,820 of those were government jobs and 17,213 were private sector jobs. If you get to 2019, pre-pandemic, 13,080 were government jobs and 18,362 were private sector jobs. That's an increase of 1,419 jobs, private sector jobs between 2015 and 2019. And even mid-pandemic, you look at the numbers and it is a 747 job increase in private sector jobs between 2015 and 2021 in the midst of the pandemic. But most importantly, if you look at the lowest point during the pandemic, which was 28,181 jobs, which was second quarter 2020, and you look at second quarter 2021, you have a difference of between 28,181, 30,684. But if you look over in those private sector jobs, that shows a increase of 2,500. So sorry about this. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, I lost my numbers. 15,441 private sector jobs in the second quarter of 2020. There's that number. Sorry, I didn't highlight that for you. And then 4 quarters later, in the second quarter in 2021, we're at 17,960 jobs. So in just those, between second quarter 2020 and second quarter 2021, we gained 2,519 jobs. So the job sector, especially in the private world, continues to grow. I did have occupational taxes for the county, and I apologize that I did not send that to this screen, to this computer to be able to show you. But the county occupational taxes have continued to grow annually since 2015, and they did so again in 2020, 21, oh no, 2019, 2020, and then they did go down a bit in 2020, 21. I think I got that right, Susan. If I didn't, please correct me. And then one last screen I want to show you because it doesn't, all right, let me see if I can pull this up. It doesn't really matter if you have more jobs, if you don't have higher wages. And so again, Bureau of Labor Statistics wage report, here we go. And so you'll see here that every category since 2015, every category has grown. Unfortunately, some of them as high as, well, I've got the highest increases here. Administrative supports went up 69% since 2015. Agriculture's gone up 59%. Food service has gone up 48%. Arts and entertainment, I won't read those to you, you can see them. But the lowest increase, every category has increased, but the lowest increase is government jobs at 10%. So what we do when we're trying to determine where we would appropriate, where we would support incentive projects and where we would spend all of our time, most of our time, and what little marketing money we have available to recruit, we would look at at industry categories that fall into 3 of these areas: highest wages, highest wage increase, and highest job growth. We only had one sector, and that was professional scientific technological services. And so this is going to be your doctors, your lawyers, your plumbers, your HVAC workers, your electricians, your ServPro folks. And I just talked to Houston Barber just minutes before I got on here about a new program that we are going to work with them on recruiting some of these and training some of these actual type of jobs. So that is the one category that fell into all, the one job sector that fell into all three categories. So if you look at highest wage, if you look at the ones who hit two categories, you've got wholesale trade, IT, manufacturing, healthcare, administrative support, real estate. And so those would be the ones that we will focus on secondary. I want to just draw your attention to a couple of other things very quickly. We try to look at these three segments as an overall guide into how we would what we would look at for progress and what we would focus on in the coming year. But we also would be very careful to recognize things like, let's pretend that retail jobs had not declined over the last 7 years. Let's just say that they had continued to grow and they fell into this highest wage increase as well. We still would not focus on retail jobs because when you look at the wage here, even though they have increased their wages at a 39% increase, they're still some of the lowest paying wages in Franklin County. These wages are Franklin County wages, not state wages. And so they are still some of the lowest paying jobs in Franklin County. So those would not be jobs, those are not family sustaining jobs, which is kind of our guidance when we go, when we intentionally recruit and incentivize jobs. Same thing with accommodations and food. I'm not going to argue that we don't need food service industry. I'm not going to argue that we don't need restaurants. We most certainly do. But I would say that for economic development purposes, those don't fall within the lines of the policy of KCDC. So even though they increased by 48%, they still pay well below a family sustaining wage. So, so the good news is jobs continue to grow in the private sector. Wages continue to grow in the private sector in spite of the pandemic. And sorry, now to my budget. Let me see if I can pull that up. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, perfect. So I'll be happy. I can go through this line by line if you'd like for me to, but I don't want to act as if you're not capable of reading it. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about it.
Terry, are you asking for the full? I'm sorry, there's some kind of, see, Andrew, there's feedback.
If she's using two computers.
Are you using two computers?
Needs to mute.
Terry?
one of them.
No, sir.
Okay, maybe we're good now. Did you ask for the full funding, both by the city and the county of KCDC?
We did, yes.
Okay. All right.
Here's our ask.
Okay, there you go. Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry. All right, questions. Questions on jobs, questions on budget, questions for Terry and economic development. Nobody has questions? Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Terry, for being with us this morning. Question for the county attorney. In your professional opinion, can this governing body receive the Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority, DBA, Kentucky Capital Development Corporation, fiscal year budget 2022, 2023, knowing that the current makeup of their board does not constitute a quorum?
Well, that's what we refer to as a 3-item question.
That's why I came to the expert.
Yeah, thank you. I will try to do my best. We've been asked repeated times relative to the quorum issue. I do not know the mechanism under which the budget procedure was worked out, who voted on it, the whole 9 yards, but regarding the quorum membership of the Economic Industrial Authority, to my knowledge, it is still 3, not 6 people. I may be mistaken, but that's came up a couple of times, to both me and to Ms. Ross. Receiving it, yeah, you can receive anything you want to. What you choose to do with it in terms of, I mean, it is just their statement of their budget, whoever that statement is, that still remains, and I think everybody's very much aware of it. They still only have 3 people on the board, and that's a problem. But however it came from, I don't know who put it together. I don't know what format. It seems to be a good thing of its kind. You can accept it, and that's what is on for approval for today.
Okay, thank you.
Don't we have to, according to the bylaws, that we accept the budget before or something like that? Is that right, Rick?
That's what is on for you right now. Yes, sir. But the question that Squire Tracy presented, which is a very interesting question, is the mechanism under which it was devised, constructed, put together. I don't have any information on that. It came from the board, the whole 9 yards. That one I cannot answer it at all.
Judge, can I address Squire Tracy's question to some degree to the KCDC side? Thank you so much. So the KCDC attorney has determined through our bylaws that our bylaws say that a quorum is established with a majority of 2/3 of the membership of the Kentucky Capital Development Corporation Board of Directors. The membership of the Kentucky Capital Development Corporation Board of Directors is currently 3 people. And so a quorum would be 2/3 of that. We did ask our attorney to reach out to we asked him to do some research as to what would be the best way to remedy this issue. We, of course, are not the people who stop that from happening. The mayor has refused to appoint people. KCDC board has asked him. As a matter of fact, we sent a resolution to the mayor. I'm going to say, Squire, I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact date, but it's been several months ago. We got no response from the mayor. So while I understand your question and appreciate it, we have gone to our legal counsel. That is the guidance he's given us. He continues to look at ways that would require the mayor to do what the city's ordinance says that he will do. In the meantime, we continue to go with what our attorney has explained to us, is that we do have a quorum because we have 2/3 of the membership of the KCDC board in attendance at our board meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Terry, thank you for being on here. I have 2 questions. Can you get us send us the court, the information that you went over?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you want me to send that to you, Tambra, and you'll just distribute to them? Okay.
Yeah, send it to Tambra. Yeah.
Yes. And then just for the record, just because I don't know and I don't see legal stuff on here, who is the attorney for KCDC?
Robert Kellerman.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
And I did not mean, and I've been very careful, but my questions has been in response to the inquiries from Fiscal Court. I do not represent KCDC or otherwise. So you got a lot of lawyers, you got a lot of players. My analysis has been based on the ordinance that the county and the city had back in the day when I was asked the question. Ms. Ross asked that question.
Okay, anybody else? Terry, thank you so much for being on with great information. Looks like there's quite a bit of movement towards jobs, and I know on the other end of it, we all are looking at how we get more people out there to fill these jobs that are coming about. So that's another piece of it. And as you and I have in the city have gone to our industries across the community and talking with them, that is clearly an issue that's out there. But that's not just indigenous to Franklin County. It is everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Trying to find
Can
employee.
so Lambert has his hand up, and then can I address something Squire Muller asked about earlier? I meant to tell him this, and I failed to do.
All right, Squire Moore.
I just wanted to thank you, Terry, for the information. It was a good presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Squire Muller, earlier you asked, gosh, I don't remember, one of the other speakers, L, about jail, doing the arts programs within the jails and stuff. And because your concern was how do we get folks out of jail, rehabilitated, back into jobs. And I didn't get to this on my list of other things that KCDC does because I felt like I was reading to you and I didn't want to do that, but I did mean to address this. So we have been working, the judge had asked us to reach out to our industry to see if they would be available for having a work release program with our prisoners here. And I did meet with Jake about that. And Jake at the time didn't have the staff or honestly the prisoners because it was during the height of the pandemic and they had released most of those federal prisoners. So it was really a numbers issue, both with staff and with actual prisoners. So I started looking at some different options and the judge has helped me reach out to some of these folks. And I had a meeting with McLean, which you're aware is a logistics company here in Franklin County, but they need CDL trained drivers. And so there's a program that exists that would allow prisoners to be trained while incarcerated. And then they would take the driving test at the end of their incarceration. And then they would go to work for this company doing short runs for a period of time while they were on probation. And then that would lead to over the road runs. And so we have met with them about that and are trying to get that program into the works because it won't require any extra staff from the jail. They don't have to take the prisoners out, so it won't require them to not be there. And also Kelwell Commissaries, which is also an industry here in Franklin County, provides culinary classes to prisoners in the prisons where they provide commissaries as well. And so I reached out to Nick actually just the other day to see if we could talk to him about doing some of those programs. And then lastly, we're working with the homeless shelter. Blair and I have a meeting scheduled with some folks from the Bluegrass Wib in the next, maybe next week. My whole February is just running together, but I think that's next week where we will be doing some job training within the local shelters. They will provide a kiosk within the facility as well as provide laptops, help those folks. Their access program is called, is set up to help them find a job. Let's see, hang on. Help them find a job, look for a job, find a job, keep a job. So that tells them how to search for jobs. There's a clothing bank that they can go to. We help them understand how the interview process works and prepare for that. They provide computers so that they can apply for the jobs themselves. They coach them through what to do when you show up that first day. So it is from nuts to soup about getting a job, and they will go into the shelters and do this program there at the facility. So those are some, I thought of it when you asked about that earlier, and I meant to bring that up in the things that I was listed, and I just skipped over it.
Thank you very much.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes, Terry, thank you for being here today. I know you reach out to Houston Barber often with Frankfurt High and I guess glean some of their students that for different programs, but the largest training facility here in Franklin County for healthcare, technology, transportation, technical skilled labor is the Franklin County Career and Technical Center. So I'd like to see a partnership or at least some communication established with those folks. We have over 800 students, 900 students go through our building a day. And we need, that's economic development right there. We need to develop a relationship there that partners, not just with the school that farms out their training to other counties.
Nope,
So
I agree with you 100%. And we used to have a strong partnership with the technical school here in town. And honestly, I just have, I don't have, I've got so many irons in the fire. I have not stayed as close to either school system. This is the first time I've talked to Houston since March. So, and he reached out to me to tell me about a program that they wanted to start. And he did, I did say, I do work with both schools, not just one. And he said, absolutely, the program would be available to the county schools as well. So I agree with you. The vocational school is a godsend to this community, and we need to have the ability to use those students and use that training more. I honestly, JW, I just have not had the time to stay with it as much as I should have, but you are correct. But I promise you, I do not focus more on the city schools than the county. I don't. Houston was on my board for a while, but I haven't talked to him since then. So we do everything we do for both schools, and we do for both the city and county.
I totally understand. Just want to put it out there and make sure we stay on it.
No, you're absolutely right.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Terry, we're supposed to be talking budget, so I do have a question on your budget. Condo association dues and condo insurance. What is that for? I thought you all owned your building.
Correct. So we own, our condo association is from the studs in, we own the building. From the studs out, the condo association owns the building. So we pay membership to the condo. Well, we pay dues and we pay insurance, which the condo association is us, but it's us collectively. So all the buildings, and the concept of that, this was done back in the 80s, but the principle behind doing it that way is that it always requires that all your buildings are upkept. You can't have one building that, somebody lets the roof fall off of, or the front door's not been painted in 12 years, because the exterior of every building, it gets the same attention, gets the same amount of money, because we put that money in a pot and then we distribute it as it's needed. So it allows this area. And I have to admit, it worked pretty well, because our buildings are phenomenal. Lynn Faulkner, who does kind of oversees that condo association process, does a phenomenal job of having, the streets clean and the sidewalks shoveled in the snow and leaves blown in the fall, that kind of stuff. So that's what that's for.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Terry. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Great information. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you. The next item is a resolution adopting invasive plant management invasive species developed by the Joint Task Force. Chris Schindler's on, and she's talked with us before. I guess, Chris, you can just give us a little bit, any more information or answer questions. And
yeah, hi everybody. It's a long meeting. I just have 30 seconds. We made the changes that Squire Sebastian recommended. Went through our process. Everybody did. It was essentially adding some language about K-State into recognizing Kentucky State University, and it's before you, and as well as the resolution. And we would love to have your approval of it. We go before the city on Monday. Sherry.
Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Chris, thank you for coming on today. All I found in my packet was a resolution that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 6 sentences. So my question is the in regards to the presentation and updating the material, I didn't have a chance to read anything that updated it to ensure that several of the questions that we had at the last meeting about that involvement, and really to kind of see how that was fleshed out, because there were, I asked a number of questions, and others did too. It wasn't just me. But I kind of focused my questions on the involvement of Kentucky State University as well as their GOAT program, et cetera. So not having actually seen how the proposal is rounded out, I might advocate that we table this today just to be able to see how it is fleshed out, because a number of us had questions about that. I don't think that is not a reflection on the desire to do something in regard to invasive plants. But in my regard, I try to be very thorough and knowledgeable about all these things, especially because the Kentucky State Research and Demonstration Farm is an area, and I talk with them pretty frequently and have actually spoken to them about the goats. So I'd actually like to see something in front of me before I actually take a vote.
So,
But
Squire
that's
Sebastian,
what I can say.
that was my oversight, because I was so focused on getting that resolution to you all that we went through the process with the task force and made the changes and had a vote, and then I forgot to send it to Tambra to get to you in your packets, and it's very brief. If you scroll, Andrew's got it up on the screen. I sure would like you guys to be able to move on this today. Under program recommendations, the second bullet, establish a municipal goat herd. We added partner with Kentucky State University. And then further down under the appendix, thank you. Under the appendix, under the list of potential partners, we have Kentucky State University as well. If you want to scroll over there, Andrew, thank you for helping me. Under the appendix, there's Kentucky State University, right under the Army Corps of Engineers. And then we have it as well in the text down below. And that's my oversight. I'm sorry, I've got a lot of things going on, and I failed to continue to make sure all the boxes were checked. But we did, I think that was the only thing that was sent back for us to do is to specify that KSU was involved, and KSU has been, as I said before, integral to the creation of the plan, and members of KSU have helped make this thing happen. So I'm hopeful that with these minor changes that this can get the go ahead. We have meetings with other partners lined up in March, and it would sure be nice to have your go ahead. Again, I'm sorry for dropping the ball on getting you that final version.
Sebastian, are you okay?
I'm not sure, Judge. I'm trying to look through this. I'm trying to scroll through and see the screen that evidently Andrew's putting up, and it looks like it's a bullet point or something. While if that could come back up,
even with Kentucky State material, we don't have anything on this in our packet.
That's because she didn't send it. She's showing it now. If y'all want
time to review it.
Okay, that's fine if y'all.
It's fine. It's my fault. It's my fault. I was focused on getting you the resolution, and I did the back work to get the plan updated per your instructions. But I failed to get it to you. It's my fault. So we'll just bump it to another meeting if you guys are. I was hoping that because the changes are very minor, that it wouldn't be an issue. But I understand, and that's fine.
Squire Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Judge. Chris, I know I looked at the plan pretty thoroughly, and I guess the issue here is we have an update from the draft. If you could just highlight the updated items, the things that have changed from the original plan, that might help us out.
Andrew, I thought you just did that. Do that again, and where it says Kentucky State's been added, circle it again with your red letter or red marker. What did he say?
So it's under, I don't want to waste you guys' time.
I know
Under program recommendations, It's right there. And then on the left-hand column, Andrew, at the very top left corner, continue partnering with KSU.
Okay.
I mean, they were very minor anyway, but
And let's see,
Do you update a board member?
yeah, there is one word changed in the list of the task force members. Kentucky, if you want to scroll to the beginning, Andrew.
Yeah, that's fine.
Josh Lilpop, he represents the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. I had the word Kentucky in the
Sorry.
wrong location. Halfway down, Josh Lilpop, it's Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. In the draft, it was the Kentucky Office of Nature Preserves. So just housekeeping details.
So those were the only 3 changes you made from the original draft that we saw last time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That makes it a lot easier. Thanks.
okay. Squire Muller?
Judge, I think the changes that were made are very minute. I understand Squire Sebastian's, wanting Squire Moore's to review it. Maybe Tamara could email it to us, but I'm okay to vote on this today. So I just wanted to, they're just like I think Chris said, they're just kind of housekeeping things, and I think they've done what we asked them to. I would like to move this along.
Okay,
It has been emailed.
I'm ready to.
okay, yeah, Tamara said she's already emailed it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? We'll move forward. If you don't want to vote on it, you don't have to, I guess, but that we'll move forward, Chris. We'll bring it up in a bit to vote on. And
Thank you.
And one last note, did you get an email from me? Ask Andrew to forward it to you from the Geological Services?
Yes, that's great. Good job. Thank you. I'll follow through.
Yeah, Melissa McAllister and Dr. DeLam, I can't remember, DeLome or something from University of Kentucky, were talking and brought up what you're doing. And they said there might be monies available through that program for what you're doing.
Yes, this is long-term work, so we'll definitely follow through with that one. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. No other questions? Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you being on. Thank you. All right. The next item is Mr. Hewitt. We've worked on this one quite a bit. This is for the changing of second reading approval of ordinance amending the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for permitted use in several areas for a residential recovery facility. Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Harp. Mr. Harp, we're going to you come anymore, you might have to be a voting member of this board. Okay, Robert.
I feel like I've gotten pretty comfortable and familiar with all you folks.
Yes, sir, you are. Yes, sir. Robert, go ahead.
So Judge, at the January 20th, 2022 Fiscal Court meeting, revisions were made to the ordinance during that first reading. More importantly, there were revisions to the zoning districts in which this would potentially be allowed. In your packet, you did receive a revised table from section 155.085, showing that this activity has been removed from the RA and RC zoning districts. The court has discussed this on numerous occasions, and we're up for second reading. And of course, the Deatons are here, but Councilor Sparks, counsel for the Deatons, Mr. Harp, I guess I don't, he's here, but I don't know.
It all sounds the same, doesn't it, Robert? We put them in together.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Thanks. So
I guess Robert, the main thing, you and Mr. Harp agree with the way the changes, and the uses for the zones, right? Everybody agree?
Yes, sir.
That's the main thing. We've gone over that several times. So if everybody's on the same page there, unless there are other questions, we'll move on. Are there any questions from the board members? I don't see any other questions. So with that being said, Mr. Harp and the Deatons, this is a work session, and hopefully soon, not too much later, we'll get to a voting part of it and we can move forward with this. Okay? Thank you all. Once again, thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is a first reading of an ordinance table of special ordinances. A 1.51 acre portion of property identified on the PVA map at 994 Shadrick Ferry Road. Mr. Hewitt.
Yes, sir. So this zone map amendment request was presented to the Planning Commission, and a public hearing was held on January the 13th, 2022. Based on the testimony and evidence entered into the record, the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the findings of fact within the staff report, items 1 through 4 that are noted on your ordinance. And by unanimous vote of 10-0, that same evening, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this map amendment for 994 Shadrick Ferry Road. I would like to make one note on the ordinance that you have in your packet. This was originally scheduled to appear before you on January the 20th. Since minutes were not available from the Planning Commission meeting, this was moved to February the 11th. So the clerk has revised that date on the ordinance, and it will appear correctly at the second reading. Counsel for the applicant, Mr. Charlie Jones, is present here at the meeting today. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Mr. Jones is as well.
Anybody have any questions? Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jones, since you're on, I just figured I would ask you.
Yes, sir.
How long has the applicant been working on this zone change? I'm just looking at different dates here. It seems like it's been months, right?
It has been several months. I mean, all zone changes usually take 4 months anyway, but honestly, I don't know exactly when we filed, but it has been several months.
Okay. Thank you.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes, thank you, Judge. And I don't know who to address this question to. I found in the packet, there was, I guess, some email correspondence from a gentleman named Jonathan Micah at the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. And it reads, if this land division is for the purpose of the building of a new house, I don't know that I can grant a new private entrance onto KY 898. The property frontage is already really tight, and there is what looks to be a farm entrance adjacent to the driveway. If the zone is on the regular overhead on Google, it looks like it's been paved and might be a driveway for 100. So has that been addressed, or was that a cause of concern? And if you all are looking at your packets, it is the very last page of the packet, the very last page of our packet for item 10. So I thought I would ask about that because it seemed to be a concern for the Kentucky Transportation. Thank you. And I'm asked whomever can address that.
Judge Wells, if I may.
Sure.
The Kentucky Transportation Cabinet is not familiar with our zoning ordinance. For this classification of rural residential, the minimum lot size is 1.5 acres. This property does have an existing residential structure on it already, so therefore another home would not be allowed.
And there also is no additional driveway or connection onto the roadway planned at all.
That's helpful because there was nothing. I tried to follow this chain of email communication to see if there was any follow-up or any kind of note in the other material. I didn't see anything, so I appreciate the responses. Thank you very much.
Judge Wells?
Yes, sir.
If I may address the question by Squire Muller.
Please, sir.
The application was date stamped in my office on December 17th, 2021.
Okay. Okay.
So it's been less than 2 months.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Robert. Let's move to the next item. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution adopting and approving the execution of a MOA between the Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Transportation Cabinet, Department of Highways in the amount of $135,870 for repaving of Union Ridge Road and Hamilton Lane. Mr. Mitchell, I think Andrew has some pictures of Union Ridge that you've sent in, and the need for that. This is coming out of discretionary funds, and we are very, very fortunate. As you can see, this road is vitally needed of improving, being paved. And John, we've been very lucky with the Department of Transportation on getting extra money. Shadrick Ferry, actually, I would say Peaks Mill has been very lucky for the most part. Shadrick Ferry was one that we got extra monies for. John, can you elaborate on that, about these extra monies and what we've been able to do?
Yeah, over the years, I don't know, we just on the county roads, I mean, we tallied up over $1 million from the state in this fund specifically right here. So we've done right well.
Yeah, and these are extra. When you call them discretionary funds, they're not funds that are initially appropriated. They're funds that we ask for in addition to if there's extra money. So we've been very lucky. $1 million, that's great.
Yep, it's been really good.
Yeah. See, Squire Tracy has a hand up.
Yeah, I would like to thank Andrew for sharing those pictures, and I also like to thank John, the County Road Supervisor, Deputy Secretary Hancock, and Bobby Joe Lewis with the State Transportation Cabinet for understanding the need and for the money for the repair work. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done out there, whether it be widening for school buses and trucks and so forth, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. So thank everyone that was involved.
Yep. The state, just for an FYI, the state sends us a letter and asks if we wanted to apply for discretionary funds, and we have. As it said, over the years, we've gotten over $1 million in extra funds. So that's fantastic. It's very progressive on our side over here. So good deal.
Right, so
You've gotten a lot of it, Squire Tracy. You've got
need a lot more.
whole
Need
lot
a
of
lot
money out
more.
of there. A whole
Need a
lot of that
lot
$1 million
more, sir.
goes to you, your area.
Need a lot
That's good.
more.
Yes, sir. I'm sure you do. And I'm sure Squire Moore over there is saying, what about me? All right. John, thank you. Any other questions for John on this? All right, John, thank you. And you want, let's see, do we have something else? Is John going to talk about something else? Is that all?
Unless he wants to talk about the road salt.
John, was he going to do that somewhere else? John, you want to talk about the salt?
We can, yeah, if they want to do it now, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just give you the lowdown. Salt is hard to come by, seems like. The vendor we have this time that was selected through the reverse auction through CAECO is the first time we've had this vendor. And we're not doing very well on getting any salt in us. It's been real slim this week. I've got 80 ton this week is all it's been delivered. So I'm getting the runaround on, they don't have the trucks, they don't have the salt, they got to drive 5 hours to get it. It's been a mess. I did ask the judge to look into some doing an emergency just in case. I think we just need that in our toolbox just in case. But looking right now, I think we'll be okay. Hopefully, for the next week. But things can change in a hurry, so we just need to be prepared. But I'm hoping for a turnaround. Maybe they'll show up next week. I mean, I've had salt ordered for going on a month next week, and it's not happening. We're not doing very good getting it. And we're not it's not just us, it's everywhere.
Yeah. John, what is the difference in the bid price? And then if we had to go somewhere else and get it, the price of salt.
Yeah, it's double.
It's double. Yeah,
Yes.
I know. Yeah. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and I want to thank the road supervisor for being on today to talk about multiple projects. I had reached out back in January just to kind of see where the salt levels, and I'm sure my colleagues on the court have done the same thing. And was told kind of at that time, we should be okay. Are we at a critical level today if the snow hits this weekend? I think that's what's on everybody's mind here. Are we at a critical level of salt if the snow does occur this weekend? Thank
No.
you. And
No, we're fine for the weekend. If something pops up, we can get through the weekend. We're okay. Hopefully we don't get anything. I hope we don't see another snowflake until next winter. But no, we're good through the weekend. We're fine. We've got enough to make it. We can stretch it. It doesn't look like there's going to be too much, if anything. So we're okay right now. So we'll regroup next week, and hopefully, the trucks will start rolling in. I don't know.
Squire Moore.
I don't think the groundhog saw his shadow, so I think we're in good shape. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, John, thank you. Thanks. Let us know. Keep us abreast of what we need to do.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The next item is authorization to approve a sublease agreement with the Administrative Office of Courts for the Commonwealth Attorneys, County Attorneys, Crime Victim Advocate space in the courthouse at the Judicial Center. Counselor Sparks.
Hey, folks. Yeah, this is the AOC's procurement out of the courthouse facility to the Commonwealth Attorneys, County Attorney, and the Crime Victims Advocates. It's about 4,000, 4,200, and about and then Crime Victims Advocates on top of it to be paid in two monthly installments over the course of a year. And they're just requesting their share out of the courthouse back. I know I forwarded it to Mr. Cleveland. I reviewed Ms. Hanson's document. They're all consistent across the board. And it's 41,400 and change, et cetera.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you, Counselor. The next item is off, huh?
Squire Blackburn had his hand up.
Who does?
Squire Blackburn did.
Squire, I don't see, where is Squire? There he is, Squire Blackburn. Okay,
Thank you,
sorry,
Judge.
I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if there was a change. Did it go up in price from last year?
Oh, pardon me. I'll have to ask Susan offhand to see what the corresponding price has been since we've had the courthouse. I think it's about the same. Everything else seems to have increased.
It's the same.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you. The next item is authorization to approve promotion to rank of Assistant Chief, Battalion Chief, Captain, and Engineer. Chief Brewer.
Thank you, Judge. Noon Court. As you all are aware, Chief Hutchinson retired, and I moved over into the chief's position, which created a vacancy in the assistant chief slot. We advertised internally for that position in early January, and we conducted interviews on February 1st. The interview committee consisted of Judge Wells, Squire Moore, Deputy Judge Herod, HR Director Rednauer, and myself. Through the interview process, the best candidate was selected, and that's before you today for approval. And then
Assistant Chief.
For Assistant Chief, correct. And with the approval of that promotion, then there would be ensuing promotions that would be fulfilled utilizing the annual fire department promotional testing process. So those lists are current, went into effect January 1st, and are good for this calendar year. I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has one.
All right, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. If I could ask maybe Squire Moore or yourself, just because you were on the committee, what made you all choose this person? Just because, we weren't privy, just like to know. Thank you.
Well, obviously, the committee, and I'm speaking for the committee, picked whom we thought was the best candidate, even though both candidates were outstanding.
The same here. They were both very good, but one rose above the other.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Squire Booth?
Yes. Are you, did you say you are selecting the captain and the battalion chief and engineer from the tests that were taken?
But it's,
The fire
Yes.
department test?
Yes, the fire department has a SOP on on annual promotional testing, which includes a written test, oral interviews, and then other requirements that are built into that. And we create that list on an annual basis, and it runs from January 1st to December 31st.
Okay, so they took the test in January then, right?
Yes, the testing occurs in October, and then the interviews and everything to have the list ready to go January 1st of the following year.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Let's move now to the next item, and that's a budget transfer for 2021. Susan, you've got budget transfer, cash transfer, treasurer's report, and payment of claims. I'll just,
Judge, they are not aware that you're removing
Oh, they're
agenda
not.
item
Okay.
14.
Item 14, authorization to hire firefighter has been removed. Okay, sorry, didn't know that. Okay.
Well, we didn't find out until after. the agenda.
I apologize for
Susan.
that.
Okay, the first item is the budget transfer. This basically gets our budget in line with action that the fiscal court took back in December for the various water utilities grants. So there's $100,000 available for each of the districts. So that'll set this mechanism up once those projects begin. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. I just wanted to see if you could, just for the public edification, list the water districts, just so that they have a firm understanding of who these funds will be able to assist across our community.
That's, you want,
Well,
you got that, or you want Ann on to do that? You want Ann to do that?
Well, the
Susan?
water districts that I have are Farmdale
Okay.
Water, Elkhorn Water, Peaks Mill Water, US 60 Water, and then the utility districts of the Plant Board and North Shelby Water.
Peaks Mill, did you say Peaks Mill?
I think I did. It's included. Peaks Mill Water District, yes.
She get them all, Ann, Northcutt?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
We good?
Yeah.
And then the next item is a cash transfer, which all of these are budgeted between the general fund and distributions to the jail, fire, and capital improvements funds. So cash transfers for those. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. The treasurer's report, again, I've included in your packet for the point in time when that went out, our cash position, and as we found out today, we had additional receipts from the clerk's office for excess fees that have been booked since that time. But are there any questions about the any specific line item? Nope. Okay, I'm going to take one more moment of my time since tomorrow is Abraham Lincoln's birthday, and Abraham Lincoln is one of my favorites. And a friend of mine gave me this book a few years ago, who's a fellow county employee. And one of the quotes for the court and for ourselves to remember that the legitimate object of government is to do for a community of people whatever they need to have done, but cannot do so well for themselves in their separate and individual capacities. Thank you, Abraham Lincoln, and happy birthday.
Thank you for sharing that. That's all. Thank you so much. That's great. Any questions for Susan? Anybody else want to quote anything from Abraham Lincoln? All right. Thank you, Susan.
Score at 7 years ago.
Or they, no, okay, that's enough. All right. Any questions on payment of claims? Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. What I'm looking at is the supplemental insurance, supplemental information that was sent out to us yesterday. I'm looking on the first page under account 015070-507, where it discusses P&Z commission contribution for board member insurance. And I know the line item in our treasurer's report that we all looked at and are very clear on and have a thorough understanding of. We have $25,500 in that to provide to them. And I know we've heard before that the planning commission takes in fees. So, and I don't know who to address this question of. Maybe it's Madam Treasurer, maybe it's someone else who's familiar with this process. Does the county or in any form, any staff person receive any information from the planning commission regarding receipts that the planning commission brings in at any point during the fiscal year, so that we understand what that is? And is there any reconciliation of the expenditures given to the fiscal court that our funding is involved in? So don't know who answers that.
Robert, you want to take that one?
Thank you in advance.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
So
Yeah.
both the city and county planning departments take in funds on behalf of the planning commission. So we, here at the county, I have a planning commission receipt book that we maintain, and then we provide those funds to the city planning department because they are the keeper of all board records. Both the Board of Zoning Adjustments and the planning commission have their own recording secretary who handle, well, basically the planning commission's recording secretary handles the books for both the planning commission and Board of Zoning Adjustments as it relates to the county. The planning commission and Board of Zoning Adjustments is audited every year. That audit report is presented to the planning commission, and a copy is provided both to myself and to the county treasurer. Hope that answers your question.
So when does the fiscal court get to see that? I can't think of a time I've ever seen it since I sat on the court.
I don't believe it's ever been presented to the court, at least not in my tenure, and I don't recall it prior to that.
I'm going to ask that it be provided to us just as an informational document, because it sounds like we have no recourse in any way, but it would certainly help inform our process as we develop budgets that are involved in that. It just would be good for us, unless someone else on the court doesn't want to see it. If you don't want to see it, don't look at it, but I would like to. Thank you.
When does that report come in, Robert? Is it on a fiscal year or a calendar year? You're muted, Robert.
You'll give me 1/2 second, I'll look it up. If I recall correctly, they're on a calendar year.
So there should be a report in.
There was one for this prior calendar year, or should be coming up, yes.
Yes, okay, that's what I mean, okay.
And
All
so,
right. When it comes in, just get it, make sure everybody gets a copy of it, would you?
sure, and I'll go ahead and advise the chairman of the planning commission of the court's request as well.
Yeah.
In the event that the court ever requests some formal presentation.
Okay. All right.
Judge, and I still have one other question.
Go
Just on the pay under the jail fund supplemental court bills. There is an account 0351014337 for linens, which are noted shower curtains. So my question is are those shower curtains, are those used for the benefit of the inmate, or are those in some kind of staff bathroom? Because we've been told before that when items like this are for the benefit of the inmate, it's to come out of the commissary fund.
It's probably in their budget, but is Jake on? Squire, if you would, when you have those kind of questions, if you just probably call Jake prior to the meeting and just ask him that, it might be helpful. It might go a little quicker. He's not on, so we can't answer that unless Susan, you can answer that, or Kim.
No, this is.
No, I don't know. That's the jail makes that discretionary call.
Yeah, we don't have any answer to that. Okay, Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I noticed on the email that was sent out on the supplemental bills, as a PDF on page 2 under advertising. There's a bill for $75 for Visa for the Lakeview public hearing ad. What was that? How was that ad? What did it run on? It wasn't on the State Journal, was it?
I don't know.
No, it was that was part of our Facebook boost. We boosted the and I believe they sent it in like 75 increments, or Kim knows more about that, but it was part of the boost for the Facebook ad about the public park meeting.
Thank you, Andrew. Did we do a boost for the survey when we sent it out as well? I don't recall we did.
Yeah, I thought
Not to my, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Not to my recollection.
Yeah, I just wish we had the executive initiative to make the boost when we were pushing out input in the beginning, but thank you.
I do know that we did everything we, Andrew and I, and in the park committee, we went through every avenue we could, thinking about how to get as many people involved as we could. Talked about it with Hitchcock, how we do it, whatever we can do to make sure we got it out.
I just saw that we added this this time, so that's the only thing I was thinking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Anybody else? Okay. The next item is other business, and I'm going to move a couple things up into other business that we got in constitutional reports. And I want Robert Hewitt, if you would come on. I want to give an update on, wait a minute, Squire Sebastian. Squire Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I just heard other business, so I have 3 items of other business, but I can wait. It's your purview to.
Yeah. If you'll wait, we've got 2 items we want to put in here. Mr. Hewitt, will you give us an update and a clarification on elections within the county boundaries?
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Ben Judah, the planning supervisor, has prepared a short presentation as it relates to election signs for both the city and the county, since magistrates do represent both constituents. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Judah and request that he be authorized to screen share to present his presentation.
Go ahead, Ben. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Court, for having me here this morning. Can you all see my screen here?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to talk about election sign regulations for both city and county. All right. So I'll start at the very basics. We got our sign ordinance does have a definition section. Sign is defined as an object, device, display, structure, or part thereof situated outdoors, used to advertise, identify, display, direct, or attract attention to an object, person, institution, organization, and it can be done by any means, including letters, words, figures, symbols, etc. I'm going to include a few other basic definitions, including off-premise signs. It's referred to in another definition I'll get to here in a moment. Off-premise sign is a sign which directs attention to a business not located at the same lot, and as opposed to an on-premise sign, which directs attention to the same business at the same lot where it is located. Continuing on with our basic definitions, we do define election signs in the sign ordinance. And that is defined as any type of non-premise sign, which refers only to the issues of candidates involved in an election, which is different than a billboard, which can be rented out. So theoretically, a candidate could rent a billboard and have a political message about a campaign on there, but the zoning ordinance would treat that separately than an election sign. So there's a distinction there. An illegal sign is one that does not comply with the sign ordinance. And through this definition in their special purpose sign, because it's covered in the same section as the election sign, so I wanted to just define it. It's a temporary sign that supplements a permanent sign on a premise. So you can think of a business that has a sale. They might want to hang up a banner that says, to draw attention to their sale, whatever it's a President's Day sale or whatever. All right. The zoning ordinance does break it down into different sections for election signs. Non-residential zones, they are allowed at any business so long as they meet our requirements, which would be they're not supposed to go up 60 days prior to an election. They must be removed 10 days after the election, or the termination of the candidacy, whichever occurs first. And then we also do not require permits for election signs. Similarly, in residential zones, any house can have election signs. We do not require permits for them. They, again, need to be up no sooner than 60 days, or they can be up no sooner than 60 days and shall be removed 10 days following the election. The property owner is responsible for the removal of these signs 10 days after the election. They can go on private fences with the owner's permission, again, no sooner than 60 days before, and shall be removed 10 days after. And there are places where these signs should not be found. Generally, they're in the public realm, including public property, including rocks, trees, public fences, signposts, light poles, utility poles, all found on public property. We don't want to see election signs there. How is it done in the city? Their ordinance reads a little bit different. They have this nice table in their regs, table 13.1, that kind of talks about the regulatory status of signs. I have highlighted here election signs. Those do not require a permit. However, they do have standards. Those sign standards are a maximum area of 32 square feet, maximum height of 6. They can be placed anytime prior to the election. They don't have the 60-day rule inside of city limits. However, the 10-day rule is shortened to 5 after the election. The signs must come down 5 days. And similar to the county, they don't limit the number of signs you can place in your yard, and they also don't require a permit. So just wanted to remind of everybody of these dates. It is an election year this year. The primary election is Tuesday, May 17th. So that means those election signs can go up no sooner than Friday, March 18th. And for the general election on Tuesday, November 8th, the election signs can go up no sooner than Friday, September 9th. So just some examples. Here's a yard or a couple of yards that have some election signs. Well, does that meet our rules? It does. They're not in the public right of way, and they're in private yards, and that is allowed. What about this example? Looks like it's at the corner of a road by a stop sign. It's in a right of way. So no, that's not permitted in the right of ways. You cannot have your election signs there. What about this yard with a ample amount of signs? Well, it might not look the best, but we don't limit the number. So that is perfectly acceptable. They can cover up your entire yard with signs, and we will not require a permit for each one, and you can do that. What about this one? It's in a right of way, and it's on a utility pole. Well, as we discussed, that's not allowed. No election signs shall be placed on utility poles. They shouldn't be in the right of ways. And at this point, I'll be happy to take any questions that you all might have for me.
Ben, thank you very much for your presentation. It's well done. Really nice job. Squire Booth has a question.
It's not a question. I attended an event where people from other counties, I got a chance to talk to them. And a lot of counties do not have the restrictions that we do, and their signs stay up all year, maybe 4 or 5 years, it depends. And I think that we do well to have these restrictions. That's a comment, not a question.
All right. Squire Sebastian, here he is.
Yes, I want to thank our planning supervisor for being on with us today. Is there any way that you could just share that, since it was not in our packet? Is there any way you can share that with us, please?
I'm not sure if it's too large to email, but I could email it out.
I was going to say, if you will email it to me, I can get that out to the court, and I can make sure it's not too large to email out.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Ben. Brittany,
Thank you.
Brittany, you got a solid waste annual report?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
Afternoon
everyone.
now, yep. Yep.
I'm just gonna go over the 2021 state of solid waste for the county. Our overall landfill diversion rate has actually decreased a bit. So our goal is to get up to like 50% diversion by 2025 or 2020 or 2030, sorry. And right now we're only at about 19.8% total. That's including recycling and yard waste that is diverted from the landfill. So we've got a ways to go. In 2021, we added 72 new homes to the county and collected a total of just under 9,100 tons of trash. So you're getting pretty close to about a ton of trash per residence, which is well within the national average. For our recycling, we collected 1,347 tons of recyclables. That includes all of your single stream, so cans, cardboard, paper that we do accept, and plastic bottles and jugs. Moving on to our organics. So the compost pad, we composted 460 livestock and collected just over 900 tons of yard waste this past year. So as I said, our overall diversion rate this year was 19.8%. It's just under a 5% decrease from the year prior. Our landfill voucher program, let's see here. We had 2268 vouchers utilized, but split between 1,325 unique users. And this is just below what was used last year. Last year we had 1,381 users and 2,331 vouchers. So we're a little bit below that, but it's still showing that the program is used widely throughout the community. Regarding litter abatement, our Trash for Cash program helped 21 student groups and nonprofits for a total of 307 road miles cleaned and a total of 992 bags collected. Just a side note here, Trash for Cash signups for this year actually open up on Monday. So if you'll go to our website or our Facebook, you'll see the link for that. And this year signups are going to be open all week. So you'll have to visit our link and fill out the sign up form. So moving on, for the Yard Waste Wednesday program, we had 82 individual participants, which is up from 71 last year. And we collected a total of 542 loads of yard waste from residents, up from only 172 last year. Granted, our program did run about twice as long this year. Last year's season was cut short due to COVID, but this year we have a big steady climb, and I'm hoping to increase our participation next year as well. This past year, we also had our waste tire collection event, which happens once every 3 years in Franklin County. And at that event, we collected 21,264 tires. Also last year, our 2 household hazardous waste events, in total, we had 361 participants come by for a total of just under 9.5 tons of household hazardous waste collected and managed. This year, last year, we really had the success with the Frank Waste app launching. We have about 3,500 people who have downloaded the app or are using the app regularly. That includes city and county. So we're seeing a lot of good feedback on that app. It's free to download for Android and iPhone users. It's a really great tool. We send out notifications if your service is going to be disrupted, and you can always search what is and isn't recyclable in the city or county. Our Facebook page is up to nearly 1,400 likes, which is about double what it was last year. And the backyard composting program that I created has increased by 25 households. So we have about 40 to 45 households participating now, and I'm hoping to increase that this year. So that's what I've got.
All right. Thank you, Brittany. Squire Blackburn.
Brittany, thank you so much. I know you had mentioned you had 31 groups participate in the roadside cleanup, and they covered about 307 miles. I think it's a great program for our community. It really helps these groups do some community service. Do you have any way to differentiate how many of those miles of roads were county and how many were city? I know we don't have 300 miles of county roads, but I know Franklin County is every road in Franklin County. So I just want to see if we had a way to differentiate and know where we're cleaning.
So I actually don't usually send people out onto city roads. The city applies for this grant as well. So they take care of their roadways and we usually take care of ours. So that 307 miles, there are areas that are cleaned more than once.
It's a shame that they need to be, but I understand. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Squire Sebastian.
Just want to thank you, Judge, and want to thank our solid waste coordinator for being on. Can you talk to us a little bit about if the recycling diversion rate was impacted by the cessation of paper recycling? Do you think that that's what brought that number down?
It could have just a little bit. We're also just seeing our contamination rate has gone down actually. But we're just seeing some people that are not interested in doing it anymore. Things are getting, the complaints I get is that it's too complicated. We are working on trying to make that a lot easier for people, especially like with the Frank Waste app, with updating the website as often as I can and things like that. But Lexington also accounts for the paper that we bring in. They break it down into every community that brings recyclables to them. So our paper amounts that are collected in the trailer are included in that, but the fact that it's not curbside, yeah, it's a big issue for a lot of people. So I'm hoping with the upgrades that Lexington's currently going through, we'll get back to paper being curbside in the near future.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to throw in that I walked out Twilight Trail and had 3 neighbors join me. Four of us spent 4 collective hours and collected 34 bags of trash on a county neighborhood road. So it's out there, and I encourage every nonprofit to jump on the bandwagon and apply for this, because it's a great way to take care of Mother Nature, it's a great way to clean up your neighborhoods, and it's a great way to make money for your nonprofits. And by the way, the 4 of us that walked, there was no money involved. We were just trying to clean up for our neighbors.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Brittany, I just wanted to thank you and especially the task force. I know this is tough thing. It seems like, we're having to re-educate people about recycling and doing right things. Just curious, if you talked to the jailer, do you know where he is with his inmates as far as helping out in the community at all? Is that those restrictions lifting? And I know he's not on the call, but I wanted to ask you in case you
Yeah.
know.
We have contacted Jailer Bonnet, and he has had a crew out, especially in some areas that are a little bit more dangerous for, school students to be in. So the jail has gone out and collected for us a few times.
Okay, again, thank you very much.
Brittany, I want to follow up on that, on the Capitol Plaza connector, especially up towards the top of the hill. It's really bad. Some trash is all over the place up there. If you'd get a hold of Jailer Bonner, and whenever the crew can get out, take a look at that, please. Thank you. Squire Sebastian?
I just wanted to follow up on that because what I had understood is they weren't able to get out on a consistent basis. So is this sort of as they can, or do we have any information about that?
Do we as they can? I don't know. I'm not requiring them to. I don't know.
No, I wasn't asking about any requirement. I was asking because what I had understood is they weren't being allowed for any type of release due to a variety of factors. So I'm asking for just edification. That would be helpful because I can send them to a lot of places.
So what I've done in the past is when the judge and I talk, or when Billy Joe and I talk about which roads are in need, we will send Jailer Bonnet a list, and they just kind of get to it as they can.
Yeah, it's best that you go through Brittany or me to do that. Don't everybody call Jake, because that will bog everything down. So let's be cognizant of his request, of what he gets requested for. Squire Tracy, did you have something? Did I miss you?
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, in the past, I've just sent a list per the jailer's request. So I think it's more of a when he has time, or when they have time.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Squire Sebastian, you've got several things you want to go over.
Yes, Judge, I have 3 items. I just wanted to follow up, and I may have to read from these papers from the Public Service Commission when I get to that section, but I know at our court's January 20th, 22 meeting, Farmdale Water had submitted a request for up to $100,000 from Fiscal Court that was supposed to assist with leak detection and thereby water loss reduction. So I've noted this on numerous occasions that customers of Farmdale Water, who are my constituents, those of Squire Booth, and I think Squire Moore actually has some that are on Farmdale Water, they have sincerely expressed displeasure with the monthly $3 water loss reduction fee that's included on the bill. So I stated at our last meeting that I would look into that matter with the Public Service Commission, and I think about, and Judge, I think you had commented about that Farmdale had indicated they were required by the PSC to assess the fee. So I just want to take this opportunity to correct that, because on April 3rd, 2020, the Farmdale Water Board Commissioners submitted to the PSC a motion for surcharge, requesting that the PSC approve a monthly water loss reduction surcharge of $3 per active meter. And included in that motion for surcharge was a signed resolution by the Water Board Commissioners that states, and this is what I'm reading from the PSC, that it is necessary for Farmdale to raise more revenue to finance its efforts to reduce its water loss, and implementing, there's so much in this, and implementing that a monthly surcharge fee to fund Farmdale's non-revenue water reduction efforts appears to be the most feasible means to raise the funds. So it's hereby determined and declared to be necessary that Farmdale request the PSC to authorize a monthly surcharge in the amount of $3 per customer to fund Farmdale's unaccounted for water loss reduction efforts, and that the Board of Commissioners hereby authorizes the chairman to request that the PSC authorize a monthly surcharge fee in the amount of $3 per month per active meter. Now, that motion for surcharge and the accompanying resolution was prepared on April 3rd, but it was submitted and transmitted to the PSC on April 13th by their attorney. And then on July 7th, just to make sure that this whole thing is capped, on July 7th of 2020, the PSC issued an order that states Farmdale District should be authorized to assess a monthly surcharge of $3 per customer for 48 months or until $380,000 has been assessed, whichever occurs first, to find its unaccounted for water loss reduction efforts as set forth April 13th, 2020, motion subject to the conditions set forth herein. So I guess my question is that $100,000 that the fiscal court provided, can we direct to Farmdale that be applied toward this amount that PSC stipulates in this document on July 7th, so that limits the amount of time that customers will have to pay that $3 fee? Because it says whichever is first. It could be 48 months or it can be until $380,000 has been assessed. So that's item one. So I don't know if we can address that or what we do before I move to item two.
I would bring Ann on.
Yeah, I was going to bring Ann on. Ann Northcutt,
Yes.
can you give us some insight on what Squire Sebastian just asked?
One moment, please. Yes, good morning. I think that's certainly scope, but that's certainly something that could be addressed with Farmdale, because as we said, our understanding was that the directive came the other way. So I know that currently they were conferring with their attorney regarding the $3 fee. So I think that this could certainly become part of that conversation.
So either way, what part of their application said that this money would help reduce that or help to eliminate that $3 fee. Isn't that what they said?
I don't believe that was in their application, but their application is for a project to reduce water loss.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So to me, I would like, since the fiscal court has set aside money to accommodate their request, I would like to see that we make a request that this be part of that amount that PSC references on July 7th, because it is an or 48 months to assess this or until a certain amount has been assessed. So, I mean, anyone can find this information and it's out there, but I would advocate for fiscal court to strongly urge Farmdale to quickly put a stop to the $3 per customer, because we have provided funds in that regard to, that way it'll shorten the amount of time.
We'll be happy to put that in writing because that was definitely a conversation and you and I had with them that's what this would be used for. As a matter of fact, it was brought up to the court that's what that it would be used for. So yeah. And if you'll get with me, let's get a letter to
yes, we
the
certainly
Farmdale
can.
Water District.
If Squire Sebastian would share that information with me, that way I can help put together a letter to the water district and outline what our request is.
Sure, and I can provide you the links to the PSC where those documents are found, because they're open and available to anyone. Absolutely.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yep. Judge.
Wait a minute. Squire Tracy's got his hand up. Squire Sebastian. Squire Tracy.
Squire Sebastian, any idea how much money? I think they've got 2,700 plus customers. Any idea how much money has been collected to date off of the $3 fee?
I asked that, and I believe it's over 100,000. So I don't think they've reached, even with this, it'll get to the 300,000 mark. But I do believe, I thought he said, and I may be wrong, but I was thinking they said there's about $100,000.
So Squire Trey, to answer your question to me, in the documents that Farmdale Water filed with the Public Service Commission, they had indicated and projected a $95,000 revenue increase directed specifically because of the $3. PSC has directed Farmdale Water to set all of this money aside in a specific account that cannot be touched for anything other than this. So every time the $3 is assessed, that $3 has to go in a separate account. They have to file electronic reports on that. So the electronic reports are running a little bit behind. So I'm sure that data is available per these electronic reports, but it will not be current as of today. And I'm certain I can find that out. And I'd be happy to bring that back to the next court meeting as I brought this back.
Okay.
If
Thank
you
you.
would
And then
like-
yeah, please. Thank you. And then my next question, just to be clear, this was a request made by the Farmdale Water Board and not a requirement by the PSC.
No,
as was
they-
indicated to us.
That
That's
is
what
correct.
she's indicating, but that's not.
Okay, okay.
That's not.
That's what their resolution states here, and the transmittal of the motion, which is called a motion for surcharge. So there are two documents that are filed with PSC that state that Farmdale has asked for this, that it was not the PSC directed it.
Okay, thank you.
Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I guess while we're on topic, just because one of my team members lives in that area, was everybody communicated with that this is gonna happen? Because, you know, he talked to me last week about it and said it just started showing up on my bills. I didn't know if Squire Booth or Squire Sebastian or Judge knows that, how this came about. It just seems like it just appeared.
Did Squire Booth or Squire Sebastian, did you get a notice on your bill that there would be an additional fee? Normally, that's how they do it. Send it out a letter or something along that line. You did get that notice?
Well, we learned about it from the board meeting. I really didn't look on my bill. I just paid the amount. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, and a lot of these questions, we probably ought to ask the board as opposed to us, because I don't know all of that. And there may be some discrepancy in what is being said. I don't know. I have no idea. Squire Sebastian, nobody's hearing you.
So what is in the PSC documents that directs Farmdale to do? They were to advertise in the local newspaper. And they indicated that they complied with that requirement of the PSC before assessing the fee. So that was the requirement of PSC to advertise in the paper, and Farmdale said that they did that.
Okay. You have something else, Squire Sebastian?
I do. I have two other things, Judge.
Okay, if you don't mind, could you move on? We've already 4 hours in, hadn't even gotten to the voting part. So
Absolutely. Well, when we have work sessions that are 2 hours, that tends to make the voting part, the discussion of the votes a little long as well. So I would like to take this opportunity as a member of this body and as a woman to offer a heartfelt apology to Shannon Creasy with Hitchcock Design for the vulgarity that was directed at her, both verbally and on screen during the Lakeview Park Master Plan public hearing. It was not only tasteless, but more importantly, it did not represent the standards of this community. And we all know that. So that apology goes out to all those who participated in the meeting in good faith. They were planning on being a part of, I would say, sharing their passion to maximize the potential of this community. But instead, they were subjected to immature behavior. And at this point, of nameless individual or individuals. So I would ask this body, or I would propose to this body, that we prepare a letter of apology to Ms. Creasy. And I ask that this body initiate a request, possibly for expert IT services, I would say, to discover those responsible, as well as put safeguards in place so that antics like this don't happen again. And, it's been noted since March 2020, and I follow these things from publications I subscribe in, that agencies at all levels, including the FBI, have these things happen. So I would just say that we want to put every safeguard in place so it doesn't happen again. And so then, Judge, after that, I have one report on ROSM.
Go ahead.
For the amount of funds in regard to ROSM. So at this point, Franklin County had provided 2 pots of funding for ROSM. There was one pot of $25,000 that was provided for utilities only. And since the inception, 65 children have been assisted, 72 adults have been assisted, for a total of 136 of our neighbors. There is a balance of that account of $6,918.27. The other pot of money was $50,000 for rent and utilities. I am happy to report that there were over 100 children served. There were 127 adults served for a total of 230 of our neighbors, and all of those funds have been expended. Now, what I have heard from the executive director of ROSM, that because the Bluegrass Community Action, it also assists with utilities and certainly is more well known for that purpose. So they are putting money toward utilities. So I may ask this board if we could maybe make a change for that remaining $6,000 and make that and broaden the scope of that to make it available as well for rent and utilities. Because from what I hear in our board meetings, that money would be spent more quickly because we're competing with the Bluegrass Community Action to do a good service in the community. So I just put that out there for conversation and input. Thank you.
Squire Sebastian, if you don't mind, since you're a member of the board, would you go back to the board, ROSM board, and ask them to put that in writing from the board, not specifically from you, but in writing from the board itself to do that? And if they will send that letter or email to Tamber or me, and we'll take care of that. We'll put that on the agenda to vote on. Okay.
Okay. I'll be happy to do that. And also, if any member of the court has any questions about any of the 3 items I brought up, I'm happy to address any of that at this time. Thank you very much.
I think you should send, I think Ann is looking at your public service thing, but I do think you should send us the information on ROSM. If you email that to everybody on the court, or email it to Tambra and she'll send it out, if you would. Just email it to Tambra and she'll send it to every member of the court.
On ROSM? Okay.
On ROSM, yeah, your ROSM information, just like. Whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Squire Moore?
Yes, court, in the latest issue of the county news from NACO, there's an article in there where there was a county that started they're making their meetings searchable. So if you wanted to watch one of our 7-hour meetings without, I mean, you want to find something in one of our 5-hour, 7-hour meetings, they're transcribed automatically. And so you just punch in the key word you're looking for the issue, and it'll come up and you can watch that part of the video. I think that's something we really need to look into. It doesn't say anything about cost. It's a Google thing.
That's cool.
There's something we really need to look into.
Yeah, that's all. That's a good point. Thank you, Squire, for bringing that up. All right, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to address Squire Sebastian's number 2 comment. I too agree about sending a letter to Shannon. I don't know, I can't remember her last name, as a member of the court and as a member of the park committee. So I don't know how we make that happen, or if, I am supportive of that also. Thank you.
Do you want that from all of you from the Franklin County Fiscal Court, or do you want that from specifically or generically from the Franklin County Fiscal Court?
I personally, the fiscal court, our community, I mean, I think there was a lot of people watching it. I didn't even sleep that night. I was so upset.
Yeah, quite honestly, you said Shannon. I thought maybe the drawing was when Shannon was presenting, but the other one was the verbiage was when a community member was speaking, and I thought the verbiage was to a community member speaking, and the drawing could be interpreted through Shannon. But either way, we'll be happy to do it. Squire Tracy.
Yeah, I too agree with Squire Sebastian. I think something, kind words, obviously what transpired does not reflect who we are, regardless of who it was directed to. It's not us as a community. And I agree with everything that she said.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else in constitutional officers, department heads, or anything? Anybody else have something? Chief, you have something? Chief Brewer, you just came on.
Yes, Judge. I just wanted to throw it out there that due to all the inclement weather we've had and an increase in COVID cases in the community back in January, we've extended our application deadline to February 21st at 4 p.m. So if there's anybody out there who's interested in applying for the fire department, we'll still accept applications all the way up to February 21st.
Okay. All right. That's why we pulled firefighter off. Okay. Anybody else? Betty, you have something? Go ahead, Betty. You're next.
Okay. I would like to give an update on our compensation study.
Yeah.
Kind of let you all know where we're at. And currently the Johansson Group is still collecting the data and working on the job descriptions. Okay, we started this, the kickoff meeting was like in December 8th and 9th. He is hoping to get those wrapped up the month of February. And we're hoping to present the information to the compensation committee first. So hopefully by mid-March, and by end of March, we will be taking it to the fiscal court of what he collected and his recommendations on the comp study.
Okay, good, Betty. Squire Tracy has a question, I guess, for you.
Miss Betty, how are you? Thank you for being with us. Quick question. What's the overall feedback you're getting from the employees that are participating in this project?
I haven't really dealt with any employees on it. The department head has been sitting down with those employees after they go over the job description. And what I'm getting at from the department heads is the employees wanting to write a book on everything they do in the job description. And that's kind of a funny thing, actually. But so far, they're very anxious to see how we compare to surrounding counties and to the counties that has our population. So I think that they're really appreciative of you guys doing a full compensation study and really doing a true compensation plan. What I'm getting from the department heads is they're really engaging and really sitting down together and working on their job descriptions and adding what they need and taking out what they need. And they're basically looking forward to see how it's going to end up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlie Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court. Hope you can hear me. Just a quick reminder about our next park master plan meeting will be February 21st at 3 p.m. And also, I think it's a great idea to send that letter out, those kind words. I addressed this with Shannon that evening. I went directly to her and apologized for that occurrence. So, I ironically also just got an email from her that just showed up on my screen. So I'll read that, and there should be some additional information that I'll be sending out to the park committee.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. I'll say this, that I as well went to the whole Hitchcock group, and I've made several announcements from the fiscal court on behalf of all of us that we very apologetic to the community. Don't forget, it wasn't just the Hitchcock group that was embarrassed. It was all of the members. There were many people, hundreds of people that were there in person and online that were embarrassed. So we're doing what we can to make apologies, and we're doing what we can. I promise you, we have had all kinds of meetings on how do we keep this from happening again, and how do we move forward? So with that being said, if there's no other questions, okay, we've got 5 minutes for recess, and then we'll come back to our voting meeting. 5 minutes, 1:16. We're in recess. Welcome, everybody. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference for our regular meeting, February 11th, 2022. This is the voting session. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Blackburn,
Present.
Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Present.
Squire Moore,
Here.
Judge Wells.
Here. Would you please stand for the pledge? And leading us in the pledge this afternoon is Sawyer. Sawyer is the granddaughter of Larry Montgomery, and we all know Larry, and we're going to meet Sawyer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Sawyer. Thank you. And it was really nice of you to have the Capitol in the background. Great job. Thank you so much. And Larry Montgomery, we know how proud you are of your granddaughter, Sawyer. The next item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes from our regular meeting of January 20th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the county clerk's quarterly report for quarter ending December 31st, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive a partial payment of $1 million for 2021 excess fees from the county clerk.
So moved.
All right.
Okay, I have Squire Booth made the motion. Is that correct?
I thought Squire Moore seconded, but I may be wrong. He got it. Okay. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve an emergency funding request from the Capital City Activity Center in the amount of $10,000 for a walk-in cooler freezer.
So moved.
I heard a motion by Sebastian. Who was second?
Second.
Squire
Second.
Tracy seconded. Okay. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I think we heard the need today. They roll out over 200 meals a day. They provide meals over the weekend, and they need a place to store their food. So I'm definitely a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Big yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Squire Blackman, is there a difference between a little yes and a middle yes or a big yes?
Just enough difference to make you think about it when I say it.
I got you. All right, you got it.
Judge Wells.
So a big yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. The next one is authorization to approve a request of a loan forgiveness to the Farmdale Sanitation District in the amount of $30,000.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
I'm gonna say, that there are residential areas served by these non-packaged wastewater treatment plants, and I can attest to the health and safety concerns that these aging plants pose to my constituents and others. They suffer frequent outages due to outdated and failing equipment, and because of that, I know they're putting a lot of money into just maintenance so that they can transform this system where it is reliable for health and safety reasons. And for that reason, I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yeah, years and years of people turning their heads and neglect. That's what's gotten us here. So, yes.
Squire Booth,
I reiterate what Squire Sebastian said. She said it so well. I'm a yes.
Squire Moore,
I'm very aware of the problems that are out there. I went through this my first year in Shanksville on the court. So yes.
Yeah.
Judge Wells?
Yeah, and well, before I say yes, let's give a big shout out to the board members of the sanitation district. They are doing the best they can for the first time or since way back. These people have gone through this process where they haven't had anybody there to help them. Now they're starting to get help. They can make a phone call and people are there to respond and to do the best they can. The sanitation district is doing a fantastic job of trying to keep their head above water. And it is hard based on trying to keep the rates low, trying to provide a service. And this money helps them and in turn really helps the residents out there. So a big yes, as Squire Blackburn would say. Big yes. Thank you, Squire Blackburn. Okay, the next item is authorization to receive Capital Community Economic Industrial Development Authority, DBA Kentucky Capital Development Corporation. The fiscal year budget, this is not just accepting it as because they've presented it. Not approving it, but accepting.
So moved.
No one else? You're not going to accept it? I'll second it. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
I'd like to hear more information from our county attorney. We heard comments in regard to the other attorney, so I really think we should table this. But if you're gonna force a vote, I'm either gonna have to abstain or vote no, because I'd like to hear more information from our county attorney.
Y'all, in that regard, all I can speak to is what the ordinance is from the county and the city. I haven't spoken with Mr. Kellerman about any bylaws or anything like that. My inquiry was on the county ordinance, et cetera, that created that created the facility and the program back in the day. And the budget's presented for you to approve it. That's the first time I heard Mr. Kellerman's name, et cetera.
Not
And
approved.
I've not ever heard any identity, et cetera, on what he's come up with to justify it.
Not approve it, but to receive it, Counselor.
And I think we have until the end of March to receive it. So I would really like the county attorney to do some research on this. So if I'm going to be asked to vote on it today, the reason I'm going to vote no, because I'd like to hear from our county attorney more about the nature of what's going on with the organization before I receive a budget from an organization that may not exist to do business.
Well, all we're doing is receiving it. We're not voting for it or against it or whatever, just receiving
Yes,
it.
right. I understand. But I've heard the county attorney say several times that it's not a legitimate board. So I don't know how they can act to put a budget.
Let me qualify my statement. My inquiry from the court was asked about the Constitution as a committee and et cetera, with only 3 members in that. But today's the first I heard anything about Mr. Kellerman, et cetera. So that's going to require a little background, any information anyway.
Right. That's why I think it's critical for you to do that. So that's.
Yeah, that called Squire Sebastian. So.
Squire.
I guess where I'm at.
What's your vote, Squire?
Well, I'm teeter-tottering between a abstain and a no. So I guess until I hear more from Counselor Sparks, who I really think has the weight for the court. He represents the court. So at this point, until he digs in, I'm going to say I'm not ready to receive it because he has said multiple times this is not a viable board. So I don't know that we can receive something from not a viable group. So and I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm trying to make sure I'm doing the right thing for our community. So in that regard, so I'll say no.
You go.
Because we have until the end of May. We have until the end of March to receive it. So there's still time to receive it.
Squire Blackburn?
Mr. Sparks, do you think you would have enough time to give us an answer, qualitative answer by our next court?
I will do my best, sir.
I'd like to hold off as well. I don't, in our administrative code, it says he can keep us from doing something we're not supposed to do. And I sense a bit of uncertainty or more fact finding needs to be in order before we move forward. So I'm a no.
Squire Muller,
I'm gonna follow county attorney on this one, and I'd like to table it, honestly. I think that would be better for everybody, but if we can't, then I'm a no.
Squire Tracy,
No.
Squire Booth,
Well, I understand that this, the KCDC's latest iteration of a economic development organization that started with money donated by businessmen in the city county. And they stopped donating because evidently they didn't need to. I don't know. I'm just confused about the whole thing, like the other members, and I vote no.
Squire Moore,
This is the second meeting in a row where we've tried to table something that we should have tabled during the work session. I'm taking a different route than I did last time. Last time I tried to back up and take my move away from it, but I'm still a yes on it. So we'll bring it back next time, I guess.
Judge Wells,
Yeah, I vote yes to receive it, but, Counselor Sparks, it would be fine when you have more information. I'll be happy to put it back on the agenda and bring it back forward when you have more information, okay? The next item is authorization to approve a resolution adopting the invasive plant management plan developed by the Franklin County Joint Task Force on Invasive Species.
So moved.
Second.
Second,
All right, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Very excited about this, yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the Franklin County Code of Ordinances, sections 155.010 definitions, 155.085 table of permitted uses, and create section 155.124 residential recovery facility to section 155 conditional uses, to add the land use of residential recovery facility as a conditional use in the agricultural AG, rural residential RR, rural residential BRD, professional office PO, rural limited commercial CL, general commercial CG, highway commercial CH, industrial commercial IC, and general industrial IG zoning districts.
We are voting on this.
Yes.
So
Yes,
moved.
I need a motion and a second. Motion by Squire Muller, seconded by Squire Booth. All right, we've gone through this for several months now, and these are the zones that have been discussed and approved, so let's move forward.
Squire Sebastian,
I think we heard about the power of recovery from someone who presented that wasn't even a part of this part of the conversation. And the court has kind of been knee deep, elbows in it, and I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
I agree with Sebastian. This is a huge step forward in creating a means in which we can get people in our community local help. And I do have a few concerns still, but I believe through the process of the Planning Commission and public hearings that those can be addressed properly. And I'm a yes.
Squire Muller,
I would like to thank Mr. Harp and especially the Deatons for working this process with us. I think as somebody said, it's been a long way to come. I wish we could have agreed on a little bit more for them, but I think it's a great start for Franklin County, and I'm a yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
I agree that these facilities are very much needed, but we got to be careful about where we put them. And I don't think rural residential B is the right place. I don't know why we took A out and put B in. A's a acre and a half, B's much smaller. Maybe it's because the rich people live there. I don't know, but I'm a no because of residential B.
Judge Wells.
Yeah, Mr. Harp, it's been a pleasure working with you. We appreciate how you've worked with us and hung in there with us. And the same thing to the Deatons, Mr. and Ms. Deaton. We appreciate our Dr. Deatons. We appreciate you all. This has been a process, and we hope that everything works in the way that you all plan it to work. And most importantly, we hope that we can get out there with a facility that will help our people in our community. So with that, I vote yes, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a first reading of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 1.51 acre portion of property identified as PVA map number 059-00-00-008.00, located at 994 Shadrick Ferry Road from agricultural AG to rural residential district RR. And this is the second reading will be on March the 3rd, and that will be when we vote. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution adopting and approving the execution of a memorandum of agreement between the Franklin County Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Transportation Cabinet, the Department of Highways, in the amount of $135,870 for the paving of Union Ridge Road and Hamilton Lane.
So move.
Second.
Second by Squire Booth. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Again, I'd like to thank the County Road Supervisor, John Mitchell, Deputy Secretary Hancock, Commissioner Lewis with State Transportation, and all involved for understanding the need for this money for repair. So, yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a sublease agreement with the Administrative Office of the Courts for the Commonwealth Attorney space in the Courthouse Judicial Center.
So moved.
moved.
All right, call the roll.
okay, so I got Squire Muller made the motion with the Squire Booth second,
Yes.
okay, Squire Sebastian,
It's heartening in times like this where cost of materials, square footage, space, everything's going up, that it's the same price as last year. I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a sublease agreement with the Administrative Office of the Courts for the county attorney space. I'm sorry, I misspoke on the first one. That was the Commonwealth Attorney, and this one is the county attorney. So I maybe are we okay?
I don't think you misspoke.
Okay, I
If you
didn't.
did, I
Okay.
didn't catch it. I'm
Okay, all
sorry.
right. So this one is the county attorney, sublease for the county attorney. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Squire Sebastian,
Second.
seconded by Squire Blackburn. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Same comments apply. I'm a yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is authorization to approve a sublease agreement with the Administrative Office of Courts for the Crime Victim Advocates space in the courthouse.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Same comments apply. Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next four items are authorization for promotion. So we'll start with the authorization to approve the promotion of a battalion chief, Michael Other, to the rank of assistant chief.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Congratulations. Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and congratulations to Michael Other. Fantastic persons committed for many years with our department. The next item is authorization to approve promotion of Captain Forrest Palmer to the rank of battalion chief.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Congratulations. Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, Captain Forrest Palmer, congratulations on battalion chief. I remember when you were a middle school student. You've come a long way. It's great for you. The next one is authorization to approve promotion of engineer Nicholas Scroggum to the rank of captain.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Congratulations. Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, congratulations. And the next one is authorization to approve promotion of firefighter Michael Sloan to the rank of engineer.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Congratulations. Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and what you've just witnessed, if you're here listening to us, which I hope you are from the community, you've witnessed the process that the fire department has put in place, that when someone within the fire department is promoted, then the position below that is able to test and move up in the ranks. So we have, this all started because we hired Brian Brewer, who was the assistant chief, who moved up to the chief, and we're very proud and honored of that. And then that opened up an assistant chief, which opened up the battalion chief, which opened up captain, which opened up engineer. So this is the process, and it's a very sound and productive way to promote within. All right, I vote yes. The next item is authorization to hire a firefighter, which has been removed from the agenda. The next item is authorization to approve the budget transfer for the fiscal year 2021, 2022.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to approve a cash transfer for the fiscal year 2021, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of any claim? Seeing none, let the record reflect that the claims are to be paid. The next item is an authorization to go into closed session to update fiscal court on open litigation cases per KRS 61.810, Section 1, Section C, discussions of proposed or pending litigation against or on behalf of the public agency. No action will be taken, and we will return to open session to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Square Moore?
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Okay, we're going into closed session. Andrew, tell us when